right? Or you're talking about
About
just the
real estate
yeah.
side, like
Like the entrance sign to a subdivision if they want to put.
if they want to put lots for sale down there.
Okay, the hour of 6 o'clock has arrived. We'll go ahead and call to order the meeting of the Valley County Planning and Zoning Commission. First item on our agenda is roll call. Cinda?
Commissioner Schneider,
Here.
Potter,
Here.
Roberts,
Here.
Oyarzo, and Commissioner Mabe has been excused, and we do have a quorum.
Okay, seeing a quorum, we'll go ahead and conduct business. First item on our agenda this evening is minutes from September 11th, 2025. Is there any additions, corrections, or motions?
I have a correction on page 9 of 15.
Okay,
Condition of approval, the first one listed in the middle of the page. That condition of approval didn't make sense. Now it says that a variance from setbacks for a fence height greater than 6 feet from the high water line that is 78 feet versus 100 feet be approved. It clarifies and adds words to what you guys were given.
okay.
So it says,
Stated how it was, how you're proposing it.
the commission recommends to the Board of County Commissioners that a variance from setbacks for a fence height greater than 6 feet from the high water line that is 78 feet versus 100 feet be approved.
That makes sense.
I think that makes sense. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from September 11th, 2025 with staff's correction.
I'll second that.
And moved and seconded to approve the minutes for September 11th with the corrections. Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion, any opposed? Motion passes and the minutes are approved. Next, I'd like to welcome everyone to this evening's meeting. We have a fairly full agenda. We'll move along as quick as we can. I think last count I had 10 different items on our agenda this evening. So, first up, we have 3 items in old business. First one we will take up is conditional use permit 25-022 Paprika Bakery. It's an amendment of a conditional use permit 22-13. Is there any ex parte contact or conflicts of interest?
No.
No.
Negative? Okay.
Oh.
No. Okay, with that, Cinda, I believe that we were in deliberations or we were looking for some additional information from the applicant. Is that correct?
Yes. On September 11th, 2025, the P&Z Commission tabled, so you might want to remove it from the table.
Oh, yes, that is correct. That is correct. We do need a motion to remove this item from the table.
I'll make a motion to remove CUP 25-002 Pica Bakery amendment from the table.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded to remove it from the table. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed? Motion has passed and it is now before us.
So it's CUP 25-022. The public hearing was not closed. Please refer to the previous staff report for any of the additional information that you needed. On August 14th, the P&Z Commission tabled. The public hearing had been closed but can be reopened since new information has been submitted by the applicant. Legal notice was posted in the Star News on September 25th and October 2nd. Additional submittals from the applicant received October 8th, a letter dated October 8th, email correspondence from Central District Health confirming the septic system is sufficiently sized for proposed use, a placement permit application for a greenhouse, license agreement authorizing the use of adjacent lot for purposes related to the operation of Pica Bakery, photograph of the area being used, gardens on the north side of the property, and the revised site plan, along with the revised landscape plan. Agency comments received, none. The application had included an email from Nikki Benikoff with ITD, who stated that ITD will not require an additional study nor turn lanes at this time, And the Brett Cope Central District Health said they will need to evaluate if there are additional wastewater flows and then determine if expanding the septic system is required. Staff comments, the commission should determine if the revised site and landscape plans are appropriate and a sign application has been submitted. The proposed conditions of approval were listed for your review. And I don't know if you want to get specific about the requirement with Central District Health. Some of the outstanding questions were the 100-foot setback for uses from Highway 55. The sign permit and the sign being the appropriate distance from the property line. And then whether or not they use porta potties or if they're using the internal restrooms. So,
Okay. Any other questions for staff at this point in time? So we do have some additional information. I think, is the applicant here? Okay. Why don't you come up and make additional information? You don't need to repeat everything that you did last month, but what new information do you have for us? And if you could please address the sign permit, the 100-foot, and then also Central District Health and the use of porta potties. I think that's our main concerns.
Okay.
And give your name and address for the record. The floor is yours.
Commissioners, thank you. My name is Fred Coriel. I'm an attorney representing Finn Place CUP. Millman, Pemberton and Home is the firm, 706 North 1st Street, Call, Idaho. So I guess maybe first, we had a revised site plan to reflect existing conditions that was requested by the commissioners. The 100-foot setback is the dashed line on the left side. I don't know if Cindy, you could put your cursor over it. And the current concerns are that the code requires nothing built within that setback zone, and then also no parking. And this tried to explain last time, but this site plan demonstrates where the parking spaces are located. There's 15 striped. There's 6 additional in the gravel area. It's kind of right in the center. So a total of 21. To the extent that people do use the area within the 100-foot setback, it's really for turnaround, and the owner is encouraging people not to park there, so he's going to place signage. It doesn't happen that often now that they've striped the parking, so people are sure of where they need to go. The next issue would be, I guess, the septic system, the capacity. Central District Health in their email, I think they made pretty clear that the system, when it was originally sized, this is, I'm specifically talking about the system for the commercial building, which is at the left. That system is the drain field to it is on the left side. It was sized based on that maximum 35 people per day for the special events. So it's adequate, as the email states, to accommodate the use, because we're not doubling the use on a day. We're just the system is sized per day, so the fact that we're asking for more days doesn't actually exceed the system's limits. If that makes sense. The use of porta potties is actually not necessary based on the system size, because it can handle that 35 guest maximum. That is a condition of the existing CUP. The signs. The owner is removing the sign that currently exists because it is too close to the front property line. they've decided to do 2 one-way signs. They are noted on here, and I would just say that they're put at, perpendicular, I guess, to the highway. They're actually going to be at an angle because they are one-way signs, so they're a little bit more visible, or they are, more facing the direction of traffic they're designed to face. The one on the north side is going to be placed, he has a berm there. It's part of the landscape plan. So it's going to be placed kind of back and on that berm a little bit. The application is already submitted. The sign on the south side is going to be substantially similar to the one that exists, just going to be one-sided. So it's going to be that metal sign with the grain graphic on it. And then the greenhouse, the placement permit, that I think is Cinda, informed us and makes sense. That's really if you approve this CUP, I think the greenhouse would come with it. Central District Health gave us an accessory use authorization, just indicating that it's not too close to the existing drain fields that are on the property. And then I think last meeting I said there was only one drain field on the property. I was incorrect. As the site plan indicates, there are 2. One on the left for the commercial building, the one on the right, that system serves specifically the shop and the residential apartment. That's a little bit to the east. So, are there any other questions?
Any other questions for the applicant?
I have none.
Go ahead. None?
I have
Oh,
none.
any questions? Okay. Thank you. At this point in time, since there's been new information provided, the public hearing is open. Is there anyone who would like to testify in favor of the application? Is there anyone who would like to testify who is undecided? And is there anyone who would like to testify in opposition or opposed? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for deliberation and action. What are your thoughts, commissioners?
I think that the applicant has addressed all of our concerns from our last meeting, specific to the septic system and the 100-foot setback. It looks like they have removed the parking within the 100-foot setback and removed the striping.
Sendo, do you have conditions of approval on this proposed that address any of these 4 issues?
A sign permit is required for the exterior sign. The hours of operation are 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Public would be allowed on site to 1 pickup order 5 days per week and 2 for 18 dinner events per year. Parking is not allowed in the setback. And then our common one, which is they have to comply with all county, state, and federal agencies.
Okay, and that would include
So-
Central District Health.
Yes, and then the placement permit for the greenhouse.
Okay. I think the concern was the encroachment on the 100-foot setback. And if they're removing the parking from that, that can be maintained. I think that's the intent of the commission.
I mean, it's still asphalted, but if they take out the striping, I don't want to concern.
That's why we have a compliance officer, if
Yes.
necessary. Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. Your motions.
I'll make a motion to approve CUP 25-002 Pica Bakery amendment of CUP 22-13.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion has passed. There is a 10-day appeal period which anyone can appeal the decision of this commission to the Board of County Commissioners. Okay, thank you for your attendance. Next up this evening, item number 2 under old business is conditional use permit 21-15. It's 360 Degree Ranch, Phase 2, final plat. Is there any ex parte contact or conflicts of interest?
No.
No.
No, seeing none. We are ready for a staff report.
So the staff report for CUP 2115 360 Ranch Subdivision Phase 2, final plat. The 8.5 acre site is in the southwest quarter of Section 28, Township 18 North, Range 3 east of the Boise Meridian, Valley County, Idaho. GFL Holdings is requesting final plat approval. The commission will review the final plat to determine conformance with the preliminary plat, approved densities, and conditional use permit. 360 Ranch Subdivision Phase 1 was recorded on September 12, 2022. The site of these 3 new lots was shown on the approved preliminary plat as lots 16, 17, and 18. The site was platted as blocks 3 and 4 and labeled as future development. The lots remain consistent in layout, size, and configuration compared with the preliminary plat. This plat consists of 3 single-family residential lots. Building sites and maximum building peak elevations are specified. Lots would be accessed from Norwood Road onto Compass Lane, a private road. The roadway and other required improvements were completed during Phase 1. A 30,000-gallon water tank designated for fire protection was installed during Phase 1 and is available for use in Phase 2. And then they've proposed revised CC&Rs. The CUP and preliminary plat were effective August 21st, 2025. The final plat submitted for Phase 2 was submitted August 25th. Legal notice was completed. This is not a public hearing. We did send the final plat to representatives of the city of McCall as required by Valley County Code 1-3-3-3-B. Agency comments received. Lori Frederick, Cadastral Specialist 3, found no discrepancies. Emily Hart, McCall Airport Manager, would like note 11 on the plat to state that all lots are subject to airport overlay agreement with the city of McCall, recorded at the Office of Recorder of Valley County, instrument number, and I won't read those. Staff comments, a line should be added to plat note 2, referencing the revised CC&Rs that are proposed. Plat note 11 should be updated to include what I've written there, and then you should change note 6 to include the Valley County planning and zoning. And that one has to do with lot splits. And this is the final plat that will be recorded, as shown here. And Ariel's not working very good tonight.
No, mine either.
Okay,
And mine's working great.
Oh, it is. Carrie's is working.
it's right
It's
here.
right there.
This is 360. And it was just part of the unplatted portion. So that will end my staff report. There we go. This is 360.
Is there a requirement that Lake Irrigation District sign off on that since their canal goes through it? Oh, yeah, 17. Okay. Any other questions for,
I have one question. What was the intent of not platting this originally?
I would suspect that they didn't have the ground perk.
Got it.
They had to do further testing or.
any other questions?
No.
Okay, this is not a public hearing, so basically the next step is to have a motion that would include authorizing the chairman to sign the final plat.
I guess I have one question. For the CC&Rs, is that something that the HOA, do they have an HOA, has to vote on? Or are we allowed to approve amended CC&Rs?
We can accept them.
Okay.
When I prepare a motion for the Board of County Commissioners when they review the final plat, and one of the lines I put is acknowledge the CCNRs. Because they're the private contract, we just acknowledge them, and we put it on the face of the plat, so anybody that purchases it knows where to go to find the document.
In a lot of, not HOAs, they have the ability to change CCNRs
Yes.
Right.
after.
It's just
after it's
each
platted.
one is different on how they govern those, so I just wanted to make sure we weren't overstepping.
Right.
Okay.
Private contract.
Any other discussion?
I'll make a motion to approve CUP 21-15 360-degree ranch, Phase 2 final plat, and authorize the chairman to sign off.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion has passed and the final plat will be signed. Okay. Next up this evening is our last item in old business. It's conditional use permit 21-09. It's a Copper Rock subdivision. This is also a final plat extension request. It's not a final plat, it's final plat extension request. Is there any ex parte contact or conflicts of interest?
No.
No.
No, seeing none. Cinda, we are ready for the extension request.
Okay, yeah, the final plat was previously approved, but they keep working towards actual completion of this. It's adjacent to the south side of the Donnelly City Park and Boat Ramp. The approval was effective April 20th of 2021 for a 14-lot single-family residential subdivision on 4.15 acres. The final plat submittal consists of 13 single-family residential lots and 2 common lots. The common lots for North Lake Recreational Sewer and Water District lift station, the fire protection water tank, utilities, and access easements. The increase in acreage from 4.15 acres to 6.4 acres was due to the addition of the 2 common lots and platting of a 70-foot wide dedicated right-of-way for Don Drive. And then Don Drive is currently just a 50-foot prescriptive easement, so they're going to go ahead and plat the road with this subdivision. The Planning and Zoning Commission approved the final plat on March 9th, 2023. At this time, an extension was also approved October 20th of 2023 to allow more time for infrastructure completion. On October 10th, 2024, the approval of the final plat was extended to October 20th of 2025. Relevant meeting minutes were attached for your review, and right now they're requesting a 3-month extension of the final plat. They actually hope to get it recorded at the end of this month. And they're requesting that approval through January 20th of 2026. I do have an exhibit 1, and this is the removal of the sanitary restrictions by Central District Health, dated yesterday, October 15th. That's what we were waiting on. The extension was submitted on September 9th in a timely manner. This is not a public hearing. We've received comments from Donnelly Fire Department saying all conditions have been met. Kathy Riffey, Valley County Cadastral, found no discrepancies. A vesting deed to North Lake Recreational Sewer and Water District for the common area for Block 2, Lot 2 is anticipated after the plat's recorded. And then Paul Ashton, Parametrics Valley County Engineer, stated the previous recommended approval included measures for the grading along lots 1 through 5. And that satisfies condition of approval number 16. So individual building sites will have stormwater management plans because it's so close to the reservoir. My comments: the applicant shall prepare a deed transferring the road right of way to Valley County This will be recorded with the plat. A plat note shall be added to the final plat, and the applicant shall also prepare a deed for Block 2, Lot 2 for North Lake Recreational Sewer and Water District. And then they need to make sure all those notes are on the plat. That ends my staff report.
Cindy, one question on the 70-foot right of way. Are they dedicating an additional 10 feet or 20 feet all on one side?
They own this property, the location of the road, and all the property across the road
On both sides.
on both sides. So they are deeding 70 feet to Valley County.
Okay, so 10 from each side of, 10 additional from the center line on each
And
side.
additional beyond the prescriptive easement of 50 feet.
Okay. The other note in here was Jess Ellis had said that there were, that from his February 13th, that the things had not been met, but does the
But Juan came back and
September
said they
15th
had.
said that everything has been met? Okay, all right. Okay. Any other questions for staff?
They'll come back in front of us with their final plat
We've
We're
already
just-
approved the final plat because they had a few things left to wrap up. This is an extension of the approval of the final plat.
of the approval. I see.
To get it recorded.
Okay. And so it looks like the only thing left then would be like their engineer sign off on roadways.
There is no roadway. That is Don Drive. It's an existing public right of way. They didn't have to build any roads.
So they didn't do the approaches onto the road.
I think that they did, but that's with the road department.
Okay.
So another question, is 3 months long enough so we don't have to hear it again?
Yes. I was assured by the end of this month.
Otherwise, you have to bring cupcakes next time if you come back again.
Yeah.
That was Crash.
I don't want to return as much as possible.
I'm just teasing. Okay, any other discussion on the extension of the recording of the final plat?
I have none.
Is there any motions?
I'll make a motion to approve the final plat extension request for CUP 21-09 Copper Rock subdivision
I'll
3
second.
months.
for 3
For
months
3 months.
Authorize the,
and authorize the chairman to sign. Thank you.
The second agree with all that?
Yes.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion on the motions? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? That motion has passed. Okay. Thank you. That concludes our old business. We'll move right on into new business this evening. Okay, conditional use permit 21-43 is Huckleberry Ridge. It's an extension request. Is there any ex parte contact or conflicts of interest?
No.
No.
No, seeing none. Cindy, we are ready for a staff report on the extension request.
and this one is a public hearing. This is CUP 21-43 Huckleberry Ridge subdivision. The applicant is Sal Galucci. The parcels are in the northeast quarter of section 23, township 17 north, range 2 east of the Boise Meridian, Valley County, Idaho. And it's for a 9-lot single-family residential subdivision. Sal Galucci is requesting a 4-year extension of the CUP and preliminary plat approval that expires on December 31st of 2025. Original approval for the 9-lot single-family residential subdivision, individual septic systems and individual wells are proposed. Additional acreage and an additional lot was allowed by the commission on March 9th of 2023. Access would be from a new private road onto West Mountain Road, a public road. The 40-acre site is located on the west side of West Mountain Road. The extension request was submitted August 13th. Legal notice was completed. Agency comments received. Brett Copes, Central District Health, stated Central District Health has no objection to the extension, but they said that they had no record of this subdivision on file. To move forward with the subdivision, application fees, test holes, groundwater monitoring, and engineering report are required. Staff comments. On March 9th, 2023, the commission approved the addition of the quarter acre of land between proposed lot 9 and West Mountain Road, extension of the subdivision road westward to the property line, and then an addition of land resulting in additional lot. The applicant should clarify if this is still the plan. The applicant states that all lots will accept a standard septic tank and leach field system. The Valley County engineer approved the grading and drainage plans and stormwater report on June 23rd of 2022. Dan Coons, Valley County Public Works engineer, who is no longer with Valley County, did not recommend an agreement for any road improvements nor road right-of-way. The applicant submitted, and I'll clarify, it's actually supposed to be a negotiation with the Board of County Commissioners. The engineer might make a recommendation, but the Board of County Commissioners are the ones that actually decide. Okay. The applicant submitted permit approval and extensions from IDWR and the Corps of Engineers. The applicant should clarify if any of the vegetation treatments listed in the previously submitted Wildland Urban Interface Fire Protection Plan have been completed and or scheduled, and then why are you requesting a 4-year extension? Since the staff report was completed, we've received additional information. Jerry Hollenbeck, Fire Marshal, Downey Fire, Exhibit 1, said everything that they previously required, they will continue to require. Exhibit 2 is a letter from Sal Gallucci in response to the Planning and Zoning Commission staff report. Including documentation of his information submitted to Central District Health. It's just that it wasn't Huckleberry Ridge when he submitted it, was the Lucci subdivision or something like that. Okay? And he can talk to that if he chooses to. And then Exhibit 3 is another email from Sal Gallucci dated today. And he kind of summarized or responded to the questions that were asked. So, and I will let him present that himself if he chooses to do so. And on the screen, you can see the subdivision. Does everybody know where it's located? Up off West Mountain.
This is up north of Haight Ranch. Is that correct?
Yes.
So up north of Smiley Bridge,
Yes. Hartzell Bridge.
Hartzell Bridge.
It's not working. So anyway, it might move. Yeah, it's north of Smiley Road on the west side, just north of where the 90-degree turns used to be, south of Haight Ranch, Haight Lane.
Right. Okay. Any other questions for Cinda on this one?
No.
So did you get an indication of why the 4 years was requested from the applicant, or is that, should I ask
It's
it?
in the
in his
exhibit
letter.
you received tonight.
Oh, it's in this letter. Okay, I haven't read all of it yet.
Yeah.
I'll have the applicant address that for the record as well.
Okay.
Um, Any other questions? If not, we'll hear.
No.
Do you have any?
No.
Okay, at this point in time, we'll go ahead and hear from the applicant.
Right there on the screen, Chairman.
If you would state your name and address for the record, and welcome to the commission.
Yeah, good evening, commissioners and planning zone director and assistant director. My name's Sal Gallucci. My address is P.O. Box 2807 McCall. questions?
Yes, go ahead, and if you can answer some of the questions that staff has raised, and then specifically for the record, could you explain the 4-year extension?
Okay.
I haven't had time to read all this yet.
Yeah, happy to do so. 4 years. The reason why I see a 4-year plan to finish the subdivision is that I would like to see West Mountain Road paved. And if you read my last paragraph, I think on there, it kind of summarizes it. But I've had discussions with Dan Kuntz, the ex-Lubbock County engineer, and I understood from him that he did present it to the commissioners, whether it's planning and zoning commissioners or the county commissioners, but they're receptive to the concept of working on a joint basis, on a group basis of getting it paved on a financial, basis. Having maybe getting a Fed grant, having the county write a grant letter from, and then 2 would be the county would participate, along with some owners would participate. I've talked to some owners. I pulled all the ownerships. I'll say from the north, from the paved area where Tommy Alquist's property is at, to the south of the intersection of Smiley Lane, and from Smiley Lane going out to 55. There's about 92 properties and maybe about 52 ownerships here. I haven't contacted all of them, but I have contacted some around the immediate subject property, and seem like they're either the ones I've connected with or contacted with are in favor of participating. And some of the owners there that I spoke to have talked to some other owners, and they're willing to listen and look at participating as well financially. When I bought this property, it was indicated to me that the top priority for the county for that area there is to get it paved. So I elected to went ahead and I bought the property. We know nothing's in writing, but I went on that as part of my decision making in my pre-purchase of that property. Since then, county, well, I understand they had a bigger grant or from the feds, about $800,000. It has been reduced to about $200,000 annually now. So therefore, it's not a top priority because they don't have the funds. So I come here as a landowner, property owner here, and to maybe assist and solve a problem. Some people may think it's not a problem, but for me, I would like to see it paved. And the surrounding owners also would enjoy the pavement of West Mountain. When I saw Tommy Alquist, when that road went in, that he put in, I got excited. Oh, wow, the county's they're working on it. Looks like it's moving along. Then I found out the county didn't participate in the sense of paving it. It was Tommy Alquist absorbed that complete cost of the paving of it, whether getting up to Class C to get it paved, I don't know who paid for that, but Tommy, I understood he paid for that. So then I explored and found out why, and why we're not continuing. And then, well, the county doesn't have any funds at this time. So I'm trying to offer a solution, and I'm willing to kind of spearhead this, so to speak, and send out letters, maybe a letter that would be endorsed by the county here and the county commissioners, and to call for the owners that would be affected by that road, that may benefit from that road, that may be willing to participate in the cost of, to get the road improved, Class C to pave. Maybe have a town hall meeting to discuss it and see how it all would come together. But we won't know until we venture out and ask and request. But so far what I've done, kind of preliminary work, and research, it looks like it's I'm receiving a very favorable reception to that concept.
Great, thank you.
I wish I could get it done sooner, but I think it's going to take a couple of years.
You're probably not alone in that request.
Okay. So once I have that, it's going to take some effort and time, dedication of mine, and I'm not getting paid for it, but I'm willing to do this. I even contacted Tamarack Ski Resort, and I'll be meeting with Scott here hopefully soon. manager there to see what their intentions are. Without speaking on what they want to do or not do, I don't have that answer. But I would like to see them participate, maybe bring West Mountain, the whole improvement from Tamarack all the way up to, where it's paved now.
Sure.
West
Okay.
Mountain. So,
Thank you. Other questions on the quarter acre land on proposed lot 9 in West Mountain Road? There is no agreement on that?
now, we had a verbal agreement on that situation, and then that got pulled, renegotiated, so to speak, or unilaterally pulled. So I backed out of the transaction and decided that's not for me at this time. Could that awaken later and be available as a viable opportunity? It could be, but right now it's off the table. Likewise, to move forward, I requested an extension of the proposed subdivision road to go all the way to the westerly boundary. That's not necessary either at this time. That could change as well. I thought we would have an understanding and we would fall through, but it didn't pan out. So,
Commissioners, do you have any other questions?
No.
Cinda, do you have all your questions answered?
Have you made any efforts to complete the wildfire mitigation plan?
some of it has been cleaning up the green roads and doing as much as I can in trying to keep the vegetation down. I've had Solon sheep on it, band of sheep. They may be there today or tomorrow again, coming back through. And surprising how well they do it. It's amazing how good a job these sheep do. But I'm pleased with the work and the after.
Okay. Request is for a 4-year. We'll have, any other questions? If not, I'm gonna have a public hearing here. Okay.
Want me to stay up here? Or?
If there are people that you want to counter in a rebuttal, you're invited afterwards, but go ahead and take a seat for a moment, see if anybody testifies. So at this point in time, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing for input on the 4-year extension for a conditional use permit 21-43, the Huckleberry Ridge. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of the request? Seeing none, is there anyone who'd like to speak who is undecided about the request? And is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition of the request? Let the record show that there is no one to testify in any regard. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for deliberation on the request. Commissioners, what are your thoughts?
I don't see an issue with the extension. I appreciate his enthusiasm and willingness to get his neighbors on board for the improvements for the roadway. I guess what happens in 4 years when we don't get a paved road, or if
Right.
I mean, at that point, you'd have to come back forward.
Yeah.
And if they wanted to make changes to the preliminary plat at that time, they could.
true.
May I?
Senda.
So
Yes.
the only risk with an extension, I'm not saying there's a risk with this particular one, is that we might have major changes to our codes that this one would not comply with. But I don't know that if I've thought through the fire stuff. Any new fire requirements would most likely come at building permit time. So I don't know if any that would even
I don't-
apply to this one that are coming.
But I would assume at that point, those would be brought to the attention of the commission and they could choose to impose or not at that time if they were going to extend, correct?
Right, in 4 years, but if he decided to develop this in 2 years, then he would go by what's here.
Yeah.
But I don't see changes coming that quickly. And the fire code stuff will come with building permits.
Right. Specifically to the land use code. Right. I don't foresee it either. The chair would entertain a motion to approve the for your request.
I'll make a motion to approve CUP 21-43 Huckleberry Ridge extension request.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the request. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion has passed. There is a 10-day appeal period on this as well. Thank you for your attendance this evening. Okay, next up is conditional use permit 25023 Restoration Pro. Is there any ex parte contact or conflicts of interest that need to be disclosed?
No.
No.
Nope. Okay, great. Seeing none, Cinda, we're on to you.
Okay, so CUP 25023 Restoration Pro. The applicant is Matthew Evans. The site is addressed at 13995 Highway 55, and it's 1 acre. The applicant's requesting a CUP for the office and equipment storage of a business. The existing home with 850 square foot of finished space would be used as office space. The approximately 650 square foot detached 2-car garage would be used for vehicle and equipment storage. Equipment includes light duty pickup trucks, dump trailers, and contractor job trailers. The business currently has 4 permanent employees. Over time, the company expects to add additional employees. Additional landscaping is planned. The irrigation ditch and related easement would not be disturbed. An individual well and individual septic system would be used. Access is from both Highway 55 and Garden Lane, a public road. The 1 acre parcel is currently addressed at, I already said it. The application was submitted on August 13th, 2025. Legal notice was prepared and the site was posted. Agency comments received. Brent Cope, Central District Health, stated Central District Health has no objection. Septic is currently sized for a 2-bedroom home. The addition of employees or adding a source of extra wastewater may require the septic system to be increased in size. Kendra Conder, ITD, stated landscaping within the ITD right-of-way requires an encroachment permit. Any business signage within Highway 55 right-of-way to ITD's highway will need to be permitted through ITD. The driveway on Highway 55 is unpermitted and does not meet requirements. Since the parcel has local road access onto Garden Lane, the applicant will be required to close the approach on Highway 55. And then they reserve the right to make further comments. Shirley Florence with Lake Irrigation District stated the parcel has a delivery ditch running through the property to deliver water to downstream users. The site does not have water rights. An irrigation easement includes the ditch and enough land along one side to allow access for operation. Cleaning, maintenance, and repair, at least 15 feet. Idaho Statute 42-1209 and 42-1102 prohibits the placement of any encroachment within the easement without approval from the irrigation district, and then any water runoff cannot enter into the ditch by law. There were no public comments received. Physical characteristics of the site: it's flat with an existing home and a detached garage. To the north is Paradigm Storage. To the south is a single-family residential lot. East is Highway 55, single-family residential lots, and then west are single-family residential lots. If you expand out, you can see the location and know the general land usages within this area. Staff's compatibility rating was a positive 14. This is categorized as an area business under Table 1A of the Valley County Code. The sites within the McCall Fire District, Water District 65, Lake Irrigation District, and a HERD district. The existing home and garage do not meet the 100-foot setback from the property line along 55. The home was constructed in approximately 1940, according to the assessor's records. Parking is not allowed within the setbacks. The site plan should be revised to show setbacks from Garden Lane. Is the proposed parking area large enough for business and employee parking along with any business expansion? Is existing lighting compliant with Valley County Code? It does not appear to be so in the pictures included in the staff report and the application. The applicant should describe existing and proposed landscaping, including size of trees that would be planted. You can only have lot coverage of 40%. What's the proposed lot coverage? ITD stated the applicant will be required to close driveway access on Highway 55. Therefore, the home will be readdressed at 2 Garden Lane. And then the applicant must clarify if he will be residing at the existing home. If not, an additional $50 application fee is required because we did it as a home-based business. Proposed conditions of approval, 1 through 4 are typical ones. This use must be established within 1 year. Then 5, all lighting must comply with the Valley County lighting ordinance. All lights shall be fully shielded so that there's not upward or horizontal projection of lights. Must have a stormwater management plan and site grading plan approved by the Valley County engineer. Prior to do any dirt work on site, water cannot drain into the irrigation ditch. Must comply with the requirements of Central District Health. McCall Fire. Cannot park in the setbacks. Those setbacks are listed. No parking or storage within the irrigation ditch easement. Snow must be stored on site and outside the irrigation ditch easements. It must be kept in a neat and orderly manner. They have to have a sign permit. They have to clearly post their new physical address. Noise must be kept to a minimum between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. Building permits will be required for any fencing over 6 feet in height. Landscaping shall be installed prior to October 1st of 2026. If it dies, it must be replaced. Noxious weeds must be eradicated. Minimum trees planted is 25 feet of linear street frontage, 1 tree for each. It can be grouped or planted. Berms can't be steeper than a 3-to-1 slope. No open storage of commercially related material on the property, only vehicles and equipment. And then shall work with the Valley County Road Department Planning Zoning Director on a development agreement. And I didn't read all the specifics in those conditions. And since the staff report was completed, I received an additional correspondence, and this will be Exhibit 1. And received Tuesday, October 14th, from Alicia Heaton. She was unable to attend the meeting. This is a residential home and a residential business. There are other businesses that operate out of homes in the neighborhood, but all those businesses are out of homes that are occupied by the business owners. This business will be different. The owner lives 2+ hours away. There are logistic and safety issues. If a sign goes up by the turn into the neighborhood, it no longer feels like a residential neighborhood. And you each have a copy of this. And that ends my, well, here, I'll show you. This is the location. This is the house. This is the garage. The 100 feet from the property line is right around in that area. Okay, so you can see the scale of this. So there's storage equipment parking area will be here. They'll be storing vehicles here and here. Okay, here's the site plan. Proposed parking area, which will be gravel. And then they plan landscaping along 55 in here. When they created the site plan, they did not know that they were going to need to close off this driveway. And that ends my staff report.
Questions for staff?
No,
No.
So, okay. Yeah, my question was dealing with the 100-foot setback, and then the irrigation ditch setback is another 15 feet, is that correct? Off the ditch, it's,
Would be probably right about here.
and remind me again how many vehicles they were talking about?
it didn't say exactly
No.
number of trailers.
There'll be, it just says equipment includes light duty pickup trucks, dump trailers, and contractor job trailers. They currently have 4 permanent employees, but over time they expect to add employees.
Okay. Other questions? Send up. Okay, at this point in time, we'll go ahead and hear from the applicant. You'd come up and state your name and address for the record, and welcome to the commission.
Thank you. Matthew Evans. It's 13995 Highway 55.
The floor is yours for your presentation.
Okay. So I've owned this Restoration Pro in Boise for 20 years, 18 years. I've been working in Valley County most of that time, but just we come up out of Boise and do work. We work in Tamarack a lot. So I just made the decision that I wanted to do it permanently up here. And so I think in January of this year or December of last year, we purchased this property. And the intention was hopefully to make it a permanent location for my business in Valley County. I didn't really have any assurances of anything. I just really wanted a Highway 55 property because I thought the frontage would be good for me. There's a lot of commercial in that corridor. I made some calls to the county here just to kind of discuss it in general, and it sounds like there's a feeling that this corridor between Lake Fork and McCall is going to primarily be commercial over time, or as people sell their properties, it's kind of transferring to commercial. So I just kind of thought it was a good purchase for me. There are some. I liked the fact that the house was usable that was on it. Whoever I bought it from had recently remodeled it, so it's perfectly usable. It functions great. So I knew I could make that an office. There's no intention to live in it. There never was. So currently I do stay there once in a while when I'm up here working right now since I own it, but it won't be something anybody lives in. It's an office. It's going to be an office if this works. And then, obviously I was going to use the existing garage to park. It'll hold a couple of trailers. I've got one trailer in it right now that I just use, but the space with the setbacks and with the setback on the ditch in the back. My future plan, if this goes through, I do have plans to tear that garage down eventually, and where I'm able to on the property, build a bigger shop. But that's an unknown at this point. That depends on the success of the business. If I grow the business, that's something I'd like to do in the future. But for now, there might have been a little bit of confusion. There's no permanent employees working out of this location yet. We're using it a little bit to stage, but there's nobody actually living there or working out of there right now. I just own it, and we're there once in a while. But I don't know, if I can get this converted to a commercial space and use it the way I want to. I think maybe the intent was initially there's going to be 3 or 4 permanent employees that come in and out of there every day. They'll probably drive, most of my guys drive company trucks home. So I don't think there'd be a lot of traffic in and out of there. There'd be some company traffic in and out of there, trucks coming in and out. There'd probably be 1 or 2 dump trailers, and by that I'm talking about the kind that pull behind a pickup, maybe a 6x12 dump trailer. And that's about the size of our construction trailers too. Most of them are 7x12s. So I'd probably have 1 or 2 dump trailers, 1 or 2 construction trailers, and then 3 or 4 pickups. That would be the total of the equipment. Any material that I would be storing on site would be stored inside that garage. So there wouldn't be any stacks of anything. The site would stay clean looking. All that would be visible on the site would be those dump trailers and equipment trailers. And again, when the guys are on site working, there'd be 3 or 4 pickups there. So yeah, and I went back and forth with you guys a lot about the landscaping stuff. I didn't really understand totally what you needed me to do. Whatever I need to do, I'll do with the landscaping. So it's kind of I know in the paperwork it tells me about the minimum size of the trees, you know, the gallon size of the tree containers and stuff. So I'll certainly do berms on both sides as needed. Put in the appropriate amount of trees and shrubbery. I think I have to cover a certain percentage of the property with landscaping. So I'll follow through with all of those things.
Questions for the applicant?
I have a question. When you talk about signage, I didn't see that. Where are you proposing signage?
Well, where she put the blue line that shows the 100-foot setback, I was kind of hoping that the part closest to Highway 55 is about where my sign would go.
Okay, so
That's what was in my mind.
Okay, so it wouldn't be off garden. This would be a permit through ITD.
I'm gonna try.
Okay.
I'd love to get a sign on Highway 55. That'd be great for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll clarify that. On his private property, he does not need an ITD permit. He needs a permit from us. ITD said if it's in the right of way, he needs a permit from
Got
us.
it. Okay.
And that I don't totally understand. I guess their right of way is gonna be closer to the road. Or,
We won't allow it.
oh, well, there you go.
And when you close off the access to Highway 55, do you plan on restoring that drive in front of the house to natural
I'm probably
landscape or
I just
yard?
found out about that a couple days ago that I have to do that. So what I'll probably do, since I was going to put a berm along that anyway, I'll just berm right across the driveway and plant on it. I mean, unless you guys would want me to do something different.
I'm just questioning if there's going to be parking in that area now within the 100-foot setback.
Oh,
Does that make sense?
yeah.
And he can't have parking within
Correct.
that park.
So, and if it's gravel,
It's very
Oh.
tempting.
oh yes.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. So that blocks off the access to the garage.
Well, you can pull through and into
Yeah.
the garage.
I was more or less on the one side of that white lines in the.
Could I temporarily park there, like during the workday, or it can't be a parking lot? Is there a difference between those two things?
So we just had an application earlier this evening where we have a 100-foot setback, and we
Yeah.
do not allow parking
Okay.
or any activity in that 100-foot
Okay.
setback.
Okay.
You can drive through. It could be a driveway to your garage.
Yeah. Not allowed to park on it though.
Right.
So I could pull in there, back in and out with trailers in the garage, but just not stay there. Yeah, that changes it up a little, but it's still doable.
So Matthew, did you submit an impact report?
No, I did not.
I don't see one in the document.
No, and I might totally be remembering wrong. I know that was part
Yeah,
of.
it's here.
It's not in our, it's not in,
The application?
might be in the application.
I remember a question about it in the application, but I don't.
So maybe it's in the application.
Yeah,
oh,
it's here.
Oh yeah.
I thought I
okay.
saw that.
Okay. So one of the questions that I have is dealing with future uses and what business looks like today with what it looks like maybe, let's say your business takes off. You said you have use it as a staging area now, which probably is not in the compliance either, but so how many vehicles, dump trailers, things like that are we talking about? Let's say if your business doubles.
Yeah. So if the business doubles, the plan is to. Now I got to make sure I got enough room to do it, I guess. But the plan would be to build a big shop where everything's parked inside. So. And again, I guess I'd have to scale that and figure out what I could do on it, on that property. But yeah, like if we're talking about, like, in my mind, maybe a 5-year plan. I mean, I don't have a timeline on this because I'm not sure how this is going to go over the next couple years. But let's say a 5-year plan, if I do grow this and it's successful, and I have to buy more trucks and trailers and more equipment, and I'm ready to build a shop, what my goal is to build a shop where my equipment's all parked inside of the shop.
So it's, I think, yeah, I have some concerns about this, the size of the lot and the proposed use.
Yeah.
And with the elimination of the setback. And then also, you bought it when it was, you said it was a residential house
Uh-huh.
when you bought it.
Yep.
Yeah. And then it's now moving into a commercial business. So those are some things we have to consider.
Yeah, for sure.
Anything else that you would like to share with us before we open it to the public for input?
No, I don't think so, unless you have any more questions for me about it, anything.
Questions? Okay. If you want to just take a seat, we'll go ahead and open it to the public for public hearing and go from there. We'll go ahead and now open the public hearing for conditional use permit 25-023 Restoration Pro. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak in favor of the application as a proponent? Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak who is undecided about the proposal? Is there anyone who is opposed that would like to speak about the proposal? Oh, did I see a hand? Okay. All right. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for deliberations, unless but you didn't have to rebut anything that anybody said. So, Cinda.
I'd just like to remind you that these property lines indicated on here are not accurate. So this line might actually go that way, this line might come this way. So don't base it on where this says the property line is.
If it's where the fences are, it's pretty close because the discolorations of the fence lines seem to line up with the red lines, especially on the south garden. Okay, commissioners, what is your pleasure on the application?
I share the concern. I'm not sure how we address that, just about future growth. And then my other question would just be about site coverage. I think that was something in the staff report that I noticed.
40%.
Right.
One of the things that concerns me is it would be different if somebody bought it as a residential house because it was a pre-existing residential house. But now it's moving into a commercial use, which just because it was a building sitting there, we now have a brand new commercial use within the 100-foot setback, and we have not been very receptive to that in the past. So I'm a little concerned about doing some precedent setting here. And I think the other thing that concerns me is the site map is probably not complete, especially now that the ITD is requesting that driveway be moved, and it might be appropriate to have the applicant go back and redo their site plan with some concepts of the site coverage and, not exceeding that 40%. And how are they going to manage operating inside that 100-foot zone? This is some of my
I'm not as concerned with the use in this area. All along that area of the highway, we are seeing commercial. That part of it doesn't concern me.
I'm not concerned about the commercial use on the site. It's just within that 100-foot setback.
Got it.
That's my concern
Well, and I mean, it says this house was built in 1940.
as a house.
Yeah. So I don't feel like, I personally don't feel like that's something that I would take as a negative for this application. Any other thoughts?
Just turn down somebody for being in a setback for area.
You weren't here, they approved it the following meeting.
Did,
With the revised site plan.
would we have them fix that? What year?
But that none of the operations and or buildings were in that.
Right now, about 2,600 square feet is covered, and 40% would be 17,424 square feet.
She's a calculator.
Roughly.
It's impressive.
I think it's a plus that we're getting rid of a Highway 55 access. I mean, I see that as a plus. In his impact report, he said several cars are going to be coming in and out, but with no one living there, I tend to maybe disagree with that if the employees are taking their trucks home and just coming to get trailers. So I guess we just need to mitigate where they're parking and where they're driving. And
Cinda?
thank you, Cinda.
Yeah, right. So if you were going to approve this, I would expect that you would limit it to those 2 dump trailers, 2 construction trailers, 4 pickups, and storing all the materials in the garage, unless they come back for an amended conditional use permit for the expanded use and the new shop. So, I mean, you can limit them to just that.
Mm-hmm.
think it would be wise to, I hate to table things, but sometimes it makes more sense for the applicant to have a little time after hearing our concerns to rethink the site plan, bring it back in a month with some corrections, and maybe a little better plan. I'm not sure. I don't know if I have all the information I need to make a decision tonight based on the site plan. Setbacks.
And so you're looking just for more detailed of where parking, how many vehicles can be parked with the setback?
And I think a long-term plan about number of vehicles that are, instead of us arbitrarily setting, oh, you can have 2 vehicles, that may not meet the business plan. And so I'd like to hear from the applicant about what the plan is, where things are gonna be, where a proposed shop's gonna be in the future, what part of the 40% are they covering of the lot size, and how they're gonna deal with the 100-foot setback. Those are some things that I would want to know.
I think we should have a revised site plan.
Okay.
Just so it's on record.
Is there any more discussion or motions?
I'll make a motion to table CUP 25-023 Restoration Pro
November 13th.
to November 13th. And just request that the applicant provide an updated site plan that takes into consideration ITD and the setbacks and confirm the number of vehicles and trailers and show those on the site plan.
6 p.m.
6 p.m.
6.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded to table application or conditional use permit 25-023 Restoration Pro to November 13th at 6 p.m. for further information. Any more discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion has passed and is tabled. Okay, next up this evening is conditional use permit 25-024, the North Fork Championship. Conditional use permit. Is there any ex parte contact or conflicts of interest?
No.
Negative. None of you are whitewater rafters? I can't believe it. Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and hear the staff report.
Yeah.
This meeting.
I'm looking for it. Oh, right there. There's so many files tonight that everything's getting stuck. Laugh at me. I'll show you bad sidelines again. Okay, so the staff report for CUP 25024 North Fork Championship. The applicant's the North Fork Championship Incorporated, represented by Carly Biesel. The site will be at the Wellington Snow Park and Campground, which is owned by Valley County. There will be overflow camping areas at Michael and Elizabeth Nuzzo's property, addressed at 23 Smiths Ferry Drive. And then the events will be in the Payette River along Highway 55. So the North Fork Championship is requesting the CUP to hold the North Fork Championship kayak events on and along the North Fork of the Payette River between Smiths Ferry and Banks. Events would be held annually during June. Parking, camping, and festival events would be based out of Wellington Snow Park and campground sites, including music, presentations, and food trucks. Overflow camping for contestants and their families is also proposed at Smiths Ferry subdivision, lots 57 through 60, block 6. Porta potties would be provided. The applicant would provide potable water. A traffic control plan and risk management plan are included in the application. Parking, campground use, and highway use would be impacted between Highway 55, mile markers 78 and 98. The applicant has reserved affected Forest Service campgrounds such as Big Eddy Campground, and previous kayak races were permitted under CUP 14-06. The application was submitted on August 1st. Legal notice was completed. Brent Copes, Central District Tel, stated they have no objections and follow Idaho DEQ guidance for the number of porta potties. Steve Hull, Cascade Fire Chief, commented on the traffic control plan, risk management plan, and emergency services. Kendra Conder, ITD, stated the applicant is working with ITD on a traffic control plan and one has not been approved yet. There were no public comments received. The campsite and events are fairly flat. It's surrounded by agriculture and timber, and single-family subdivision on the Nuzo side of the river. This is categorized under 5 commercial uses, 3 recreation business. You see, staff's compatibility rating is a -6, but the P&Z should consider changing the response value for forest land from agricultural to some sort of recreation. You've been known to do that before. Okay. And the ordinance allows you to do that. Staff comments and questions. The site is not within a fire district nor a herd district. However, Cascade Fire Department did comment, and it is in Water District 65. On July 23rd, the Board of County Commissioners approved the use of the Wellington Campground for use in 2026, provided a CEP was approved, and there are no permanent structures proposed. There are proposed conditions of approval, and you had those to read prior to the meeting. There are lighting requirements, ITD approval requirements, requirements to talk to the Valley County Sheriff's Office. Central District Health has to be kept neat and orderly, must be kept to a minimum between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. Information and directional signs are allowed during each annual event. They must be removed within 3 days after the event is finished for the year, and that's for safety. And then if the overflow camping area is changed, an amended conditional use permit will be required. And then if the event's not held for 3 years, the approval will expire. And since the staff report was completed, we've received additional correspondence. One is from Dave Stambaugh with the Valley County Sheriff Department, and he said he spoke with the applicants over the phone a few weeks ago, and they will not be approving a waterway permit until their operations plan was adjusted and Valley County Sheriff's Office was eliminated from any tasks or duties. It was also explained to him that he may need to contact Forest Service and several other entities for permits that they have failed to mention in the operation plan. And you have a copy of that operation plan and the correspondence, Exhibit 1. And then Exhibit 2 is a letter received from Colby Nielsen. And he had a close connection to the North Fork Championship and organizers since its debut in 2012. The event draws top athletes from around the world who come to test their skills on this challenging stretch of river. Many of the athletes and spectators spend time in the area before and after the event. Cascade is well positioned to host competitors and spectators. It's a true worldwide recognition, and there's much anticipation for its return. And he's excited to see it. And that ends my staff report.
Okay, questions for Cinda? I have one quick one, Cinda, and I'm looking for, the dates are in the plan of June 9th, 10th, 11th. Looks like a 3-day event. Is that what I'm seeing, or is it
Yeah,
a
it's my
longer period of time?
You should clarify with the applicant, but the dates will change based upon the
Calendar.
year, of course. It'll just be in June.
Okay.
And you might have a requirement, if you choose to approve this, that they notify us of the dates prior to the event.
Do you have any additional information on the comments from the sheriff's office
No,
about contacting Forest Service and other entities?
no, I had a discussion with Stanbaugh, and they aren't going to require the large group permit.
Oh.
Was my discourse with him. So.
Okay, other questions?
What are the minimum number of porta potties that have to be at each site?
That's based upon DEQ requirements.
Okay.
Any questions?
You could, I would also say that you might recommend it with like a review after the first 2 or 3 years.
I'll put that down.
That's a good idea.
If it gets out of hand here.
And am I understanding Stanbaugh's comments? They don't want Valley County to be involved, Valley County Sheriffs,
Correct.
at all,
No,
for calls or? Okay,
I'm sure that they would respond to emergencies, but they won't be providing security
okay,
and traffic control.
got it.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay, at this point in time, we'll go ahead and hear from the applicant. Who is the spokesperson here? Please state your name and address for the record, and welcome to the commission.
Thank you. Thanks for having us. I'm James Bird, and I'm the president of our nonprofit. Carly is who sent in the application. She's our executive director. But me
Can
and
you
my
s-
wife,
Sorry, can you spell your last name? Is it
BYRD.
okay? Thank you.
And I appreciate you guys having us because this is kind of a work in progress. There's a lot of parts to this permit. And appreciate the landowners showing up that we've talked to make this all happen. We put it on for 9 years, and it spanned Boise and Valley County. So, and it's had a couple of years off, but kind of by popular demand, this is a pretty amazing area for kayaking and really kind of integral to the sport. So we're bringing it back, but we're so I appreciate you giving us a chance to kind of explain the changes as we bring it back to make it more sustainable, move it all into Valley County. And yeah, I did talk to Dave, the sheriff, and Boise does it a little different than Valley County. Basically, he said that they will be there for an emergency, but not like they're helping. Whereas Boise County, we would employ sheriffs that were there, as well as the highway patrol through the ITD permit, which we are working with them on. But yeah, he was cool with being there if we have an emergency for sure. And then we also worked with the Cascade Rural Fire Department, which will be fire if there is, which kind of sounds like it's no man's land, but they will be doing the ambulance services there for the event. And then Air St. Luke's will hopefully have their helicopter there again in case there's a trauma or something we have to send out. But yeah, we know how busy the highway is moving from Boise to McCall, so we're moving it to a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, which is the 9th through the 11th. Hoping to cut down on just the number of people on the road at that time, because we've done it it's happened for 10 years and no injuries or anything and no problems, but we want to continue that, and we want to also park less cars at the event, so we'll shuttle more vehicles from Wellington, which is kind of better for us because we used to always come from Crouch, and so Wellington down is 6 miles versus like 35, so that would be really nice. We're going to shuttle people down so there's less cars there, and I just want to be in compliance with everything that you guys need, especially now moving it totally to Valley County. We're excited to meet you guys face to face and address any concerns moving forward. And I know it's a ways out and things are in process, but we definitely want to make it happen well because the river is scary and dangerous, but so is the highway. So we definitely want to make it happen well, like it has happened, but kind of double down on that and make it midweek where we're not dealing with as many cars and stuff like that. So.
Questions for the applicant?
Can you explain where you're at with ITD? I see that they've, commented that you're in discussions. Where does that stand?
Totally. The thing we're talking about now is for years we did it where we would have the recommended speed decrease, the orange signs, and then after a while we got the decreased speed limit that was enforceable, like the white signs, and we're kind of talking to the traffic engineers to try to get that again, which is kind of a more involved process. I don't think it would be as integral midweek, but it would be nice to have because I think people respond to those better. So, but we never stop the flow of traffic, so it would just help us slow down traffic just for heightened awareness. We never park any cars or have anyone on the west side of the highway, so no one ever crosses it. We're very specific with that. But so hopefully we get it again, but I don't think it's that integral, but it would just be nice and then allows the highway patrol to enforce it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Talk to me for a minute about how you plan to hire traffic control or what that need looks like, or is that something that to be fleshed out with ITD and ISP? And have you contacted ISP?
ISP is through the ITD permit, is my understanding. Is we make our plan with them, and then we get ISP involved, as many as they want on stand. But as it grew, we started to get a traffic control company called Maverick that once our permit gets more approved, then we will take that to them and say, this is how many people we need to help enforce it with our staff as well, and my knowledge of parking cars there. Kind of when we started talking to ITD is we're gonna have less parking areas that we're gonna kind of block off other ones where we had a lot of people on the highway, but less parking areas. And then once they're full, we're gonna send people up to Smiths Ferry, and then they can ride our shuttle. We'll also have a shuttle drop-off spot where cars can drop people, but the car has to go, kind of similar to the airport. So less cars there, but also again never impeding traffic or doing anything like that. So.
And the event will always be on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Is that correct?
That's our new plan moving forward. Yeah, I think that will significantly cut down on the number of cars, but.
Are you receptive of having that as a condition of approval? That that event would be only held on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
I think so. Yeah.
And then the other question I have is what time is it an all day event? And it seems like when I go by it, it's pretty much all day, but is there certain hours?
Yeah, each day is different. Tuesday is kind of the qualifier day, which this is the best of the best in the world. It's kind of like the first X Games for kayaking. It's really amazing. This area is insane. Amazing for kayaking. But we want to have an open qualifier because a lot of these paddlers live here and work normal jobs to compete with these Olympians. So it's an open qualifier. So that's from 10 to 4 on Tuesday. And this is all approved or will be approved by ITD and working with them. And then it's kind of progressive after that. And then the next day is 11 to 3, only 4 hours on the road. And then the next day is noon to 4. So it's kind of shorter, and we definitely do. I know it probably feels like we're on there all day, but we definitely stay within those time frames and get what we're doing done in those times to comply with ITD, and that's pulling traffic cones and kind of getting the highway back to what it was as soon as we can.
And then one of the other things that staff has recommended, which I had actually written down, was a review of the application or the permit after, say, a couple of years, just to see how things are going and
For sure.
if other issues arise, that we can address those.
Definitely. We want this to be something the area is proud of, and the people that live there especially to hear their concerns, move with it forward, because yeah, it's a very, very special place to all of us as well. So
Other questions?
I do.
Linda?
So, all the vendors, food, refreshments will be at Wellington. You won't have them along the highway.
we have in the past, and we've worked with the Central District Health Department and stuff to fit within there. Like definitely no alcohol or anything, but we would have like food vendors there, like a food truck that already has food and they're
Along
licensed.
the highway,
At the event, the main event, we have had that on the last day.
across the highway.
Never across the highway, but on the same side as the event.
Okay.
Yeah, on the riverside. Just to kind of feed the people.
And off of the fog line for ways, I
Oh,
hope.
100%. Yeah, the rivers is scary. The highway is scarier, honestly, to us kayakers than the river. So, yeah,
Okay.
for sure.
Other question, Cindy?
What's that?
Okay, thank you for your presentation. We'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Just out of curiosity, how many people are in the audience that are going to plan to testify on this? Just raise your hand. Oh, not too many. Well, there's a few. So what I would encourage, due to our agenda still has a lot of items on it this evening. If somebody has already said something that you were going to say, just say, I agree with that. And you will be timed. It's a 2-minute limit. But we'll go ahead and open our public hearing. At this point in time, is there anyone who would like to speak in support of the application? Proponent. If you'd come up and state your name and address for the record, and welcome to the commission.
Thank you. My name's Mike Drake, 56 Smiths Ferry Drive. I am the current HOA president for that association. Just wanted to, I guess, comment that the North Fork Kayak Championship representatives have been very proactive in meeting with us in Smiths Ferry and talking with the HOA and others that live there to openly discuss concerns that the HOA or the neighbors may have, restrictions and safety, limited access requirements for that area for us, for all the property owners. And the North Fork representatives attended our HOA meeting in September, this just a month ago, to meet with the HOA members and with our annual meeting, and fielded questions from all of our neighbors, and we felt very comfortable after discussing all of that with Carly that they were going to put on a very, very good event and wasn't going to be any impact to us. And I don't know if the commissioners know, but the community has hosted a number of different previous events, including the Idaho Sled Dog Challenge, where we have a Smiths Ferry checkpoint right there. So we've seen a lot of that, and then we had a solar eclipse in 2017 where we had a lot of people, and we didn't really have any major issues with that as well. So we're looking forward to hosting this one.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Timing's perfect. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the application? Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm gonna put on a different hat here.
Okay.
I brought a mug. Fred Coriel, 1109 Buckboard Way, McCall, Idaho. I just want to emphasize to the commission, there's a very long legacy here. I first competed in kayaking events on the Payette River in 1994, although this is 1995, but I was there as well. there was a race on the North Fork on the Otter Slide Rapid. I'm wearing a shirt from 2006. We also had a race, kind of had an informal, impromptu race that we would do on the North Fork over a period of years. And there's a big legacy, and there's a very strong element of stewardship and really passing the torch. So I can attest, this has been going on for 30 years. I was fortunate to be on the front end, and I'm seeing this group of folks carrying the torch and carrying it very well. These are very professional. They're really good at risk management. They run Class 5 whitewater. They love doing it, but they're not reckless. It's a very contemplated, very intentional act, and so that's how they're approaching this. And I just want to emphasize that to the commission, that you're dealing with some folks that have a lot of experience and they have a lot of care. They understand they're carrying this torch and they want to perpetuate it forward, and they're trying to do it the best that they can. And then I was also fortunate enough to compete in the first North Fork Championships that they had. I'm wearing a hat from, I think, late 20-teens, but just really to emphasize that kayaking community, as you heard James say, this is like a main event. This is like the Olympics for us, and you're going to have the best folks in the world coming to this area to participate and be part of, this beautiful resource that we have to share. So, in any event, I would urge the commission to approve the CUP. Thank you.
Thanks, Fred. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor?
I'm a little disappointed. I thought I was going to have 3 minutes to talk here. So I'll try to keep it to 2. Dan Bingman, Valley County Parks and Rec Director. I just want to start with a little bit of a timeline. I've been meeting with the North Fork Championship folks since June, early June. We got together and walked through the Wellington site. They briefed me on their operating plan before they even had it written down. They've been a really great group of people to work with thus far. I think they're really excited about making this an annual event. I mean, bringing this back to Valley County and hosting it at a Valley County facility is huge. As Parks and Rec, we're really excited to showcase the Wellington Campground. If you guys aren't familiar with it, it's an 18-unit campsite that's on the side of the road down there. Perfectly situated for whitewater enthusiasts. We had a fair amount of weekend traffic, but having this, exclusive use during the week is going to be a great thing. We've already had spin-off and had a family Wellington group that wants to get together and rent out the whole facility, and they're whitewater enthusiasts as well. So we're already seeing some kickback from just the hype that the North Fork Championship has already generated. So thinking about that, it's also a revenue maker for the county. Parks and Rec collects fees at the site for the campsites and parking, and this exclusive use would bring additional funds in that we use just at that site. So it would be used to fund improvements to the facility. We have a grant that we're applying for next year, and this kind of money provides matches for our grants. So a couple other things I just want to mention is that they've worked with the Cougar Mountain Snowmobile Club, that's our partner in the Wellington facility right now. They've worked with the homeowners. Obviously, you've got the homeowners here tonight. I think this is a really unique opportunity to highlight not only our facility, but the Smiths Ferry community. And I think there will be some economic spinoff for both the community, the larger area, and the county as well. So I didn't want to take up a lot of your time. I just wanted to give you guys my hearty recommendation. Please approve this. I think it's going to be a great opportunity.
Thanks. Oh, you've got practice. You've had to sit in these chairs before, so. Next.
Thank you for giving us the chance to comment. My name is Aaron Prezan. I live in Wilson, Wyoming, and I'm on the board of the recently formed North Fork Championships nonprofit, which is putting on this event. We've been working closely with Idaho Rivers United, and I've also been paddling the North Fork regularly since 1992, and probably the same race Freddie was in 1994. And as the founder and a coach at Jacksonville Kayak Club, we've had lots of kids, dozens of kids over the years come over to compete at this event. It's super special to the paddling community, both internationally and the up-and-coming paddling communities around Idaho and the Intermountain region. And I really appreciate you taking the time to consider this and hope you can approve the CUP. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor?
My name is Stan Pritchard, and I'm from 552 Cowan Drive, Carbondale, Colorado. I've been recreating on the Payette Rivers for over 20 years, and I just am here to show my support for this event because I think it'll showcase the special nature of Valley County, the whitewater community on the Payette River, and the kayak community as a whole. So hopefully you'll give this a positive review. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Stan. Anyone else that would like to speak in favor? Okay, seeing none, is there anyone like to speak who is undecided? Is there anyone who would like to testify in opposition of the application? Okay, seeing none, there is an opportunity for rebuttal from the applicant, but since there was no opposition, you have anything else to say? Okay. Wise choice. I've had some people come back and they say, "No, I didn't think of that." So, yeah. Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, bring it back for deliberations. Your thoughts, commissioners?
You want to go first?
Sure. So I'll start with my concerns. I have driven through this only once, and it did seem quite dangerous as far as traffic goes. So that, for me, that is the biggest sticking point. I don't know what years past looked like for approval from ITD or how that process worked. It's not, I do think this is, if they have an approved traffic control plan that's approved, that suffices. But there definitely was people, running across the street, cars stopping, people getting in and out at different points. I understand you don't want that to happen. But it was when I drove by. And so I think that's my biggest concern, and I just want to make sure that that's properly mitigated and permitted with Idaho Transportation Department. It seems like this, it's well thought out. I do appreciate that they're pushing for Tuesday through Thursday, and I think that that would be a condition of approval that for future years that's a requirement. I would also recommend a 2-year review in front of planning and zoning. One, I guess, a discussion point would be the roadside vendors, what that looks like. If that creates a hazard too with more people on the road. If there's a certain spot that there is the space for that. More of a discussion point than anything.
Yeah, I had the similar thought about the vendors. There are places in the canyon where there's plenty of room for something like that to take place, but if it's in a spot that's going to put additional traffic and congestion near the road, that's something that I think we should try to.
Well, and you would think that would be part, and I don't know. ITD? You would think it would be part of ITD, but I don't, if that's not brought to their attention, I'm not sure that would be part of it.
I think it's very appropriate to have a condition of approval that say that vendor sites need to be located. I don't know the specs, but in a safe area that is not near the state highway, that there's parking available, something like that. Because it's a safety concern.
It is, yeah.
That's absolutely what it is.
Yeah. Anything to add, Carrie?
No, I just appreciate the overwhelming support. And It's few and far between. Normally we have everyone in opposition of things like this. So thank you so much for coming out and supporting this community and the things you love. So thank you.
I will say that, number one, thank you for the organizers for meeting with the HOA in the Smiths Ferry area to get their support, because that is really vital to the success of some of these organizations. And in fact, you may be surprised how many volunteers you might get from the Smiths Ferry community that would like something to do for 3 days. That would come out and help. I'm not suggesting anything, but I do know how the community gets involved in some of these events. I run Roby Creek every year, and the communities absolutely get involved with that and cheer people on. So it's a great event. I agree with Commissioner Snyder about the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday as a condition of approval, 2-year review. And I think citing of vendors should be addressed with ITD and at least let them know that we had some concerns about where they're located. And then the traffic control is a tough one because the people who are participating in the event probably are following the rules and about where to park. It's the passerby that goes, hey, look what's happening down on the river, and they'll pull on the opposite side of the road. They run across the road. And so I think the concern there is working with ITD to make it very clear to the general public to avoid parking on the opposite side of the road. And I don't know how to put that in the recommendation, Cinda, but I think you've captured my thought.
I think it can be done with signage.
I think it can be too, but not everybody will maybe follow that. But I think that's why it's important to have a review, and if there's something we have to do in the future, that we'll address it. Thank you for your putting events together that benefit our entire community and especially young people across the country and the world. So.
One thing we didn't address was on the compatibility rating. Is that something, Cinda, that we need to address? Your first comment about.
So, as you're aware, the compatibility rating is just a tool. And that first question, when you compare the recreation business against an agricultural use, which is silviculture, you come up with a -8 to 5. And there really are no other types of uses. But if you go to Title 9-11-1, it gives the Planning and Zoning Commission the opportunity to change those initial 3 numbers because you don't think that it's an appropriate calculation. I mean, when you think of agriculture in that table, it usually isn't silviculture. It's usually, crops or cows. We have done this before when we were doing the compatibility rating for Tamarack. We considered the silviculture more of a recreation area, the forests, the campgrounds, that type of thing. Okay, does that answer your question?
It does, but do we need to include something in a motion?
Well, you can just generally talk and agree that that would be a positive score.
I agree with staff's comments on that.
Yes. Agreed.
Yeah, because this says it's not the sole deciding factor in the approval or denial of any application.
I think it'd be good to have it part of the record that we are going to change that so that it kind of has some justification in there. And I think using the verbiage that you said about silviculture in this case is not agricultural when it comes to compatibility rating, thus resulting in a positive score. Or something along those lines.
More recreation resulting in the positive. And then I did have 4 other conditions of approval I picked up. Would you like to hear them?
Sure, yes.
Event must be on a Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. There will be a review after 2 years to assess the operations impacts and safety. A vendor site shall be set back from Highway 55 with adequate room for parking and be approved by Idaho Transportation Department. And then we'll need traffic control through signage and personnel.
That's got it. Anything else?
No.
Okay. I'd enter any motions?
I'd move to approve CUP 25-024 North Fork Championship with stated conditions.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion on the motion?
No.
Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed? Motion has passed. There is a 10-day appeal period at which anyone can appeal this commission's decision to the Board of County Commissioners. And after that, the conditional use permit will be issued. Thank you for your attendance. And I think we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay, we'll reconvene the Planning Zoning Commission meeting for October 16th. Next up this evening is SUB 25-017, Moss Landing. It's a preliminary plat. Is there any conflicts of interest or ex parte contact?
No.
No.
No. Seeing none. Cinda, ready for a staff report.
The staff report for SUB 25017 Moss Landing preliminary plat. The applicant's living for M Ranch LLC, represented by Jim Frank. It's located in the southeast quarter of Section 15, Township 17 North, Range 3 east of the Boise Meridian, Valley County, Idaho. Approximately 39 acres, and they're proposing 11 lots. The proposed lot sizes range in size from 2.45 acres to 4.88 acres. A revised preliminary plat attached was submitted on October 8th. The number of lots did not change, but the lot size and shapes changed slightly based on the existing underground irrigation pipe on the property. There will be individual septic systems and wells. Lots would be accessed from State Highway 55 onto a new private road. Approval of a variance will be required for cul-de-sacs longer than 900 feet, and the application includes a turn warrant study. The applicant plans to encourage builders and buyers to construct above garage units or detached buildings for affordable housing rentals. The site has water rights. The applicant proposes to terminate the existing flood irrigation and use residential wells to water landscaping. An irrigation easement is proposed crossing the property. Wetlands are delineated on the proposed plat, and then a wildland urban interface fire protection plan was submitted and was the short form. An easement for a water tank for the fire suppression is shown on the plat within lot 9. And CC&Rs are proposed but have not been submitted. Neighborhood meeting is required by Valley County Code 95H1D was held on August 5th, and there was a summary of that in your application. The application was submitted on August 20th. Legal notice was completed. Agency comments received. Brent Cope sent to District Health, stated soil data, groundwater data, and an engineering report are required. Kendra Condor, ITD, stated the applicant will need to apply for an ITD encroachment permit and meet all specifications for multi-residential access. The approach location must be a minimum of 660 feet from Elk Haven Lane and Kemble Lane. The current CUP does not meet ITD thresholds for requiring any traffic analysis. However, future phases may. Megan Myers, Valley County Communications, and Lori Frederick, Valley County Cadastral, are concerned with the similar names of M Way in McCall and the proposed Moss Lane. Brandon Flack, Idaho Fish and Game Regional Technical Assistant Manager, submitted general recommendations for the subdivision, which include controlling pets, vegetative recommendations, prohibiting feeding of wildlife, riparian barriers around wetlands, pond requirements, and wildlife-friendly fencing. Public comments received. Bob Dodge, owner of the property addressed at 40 Elk Haven Lane, stated questions were answered during the neighborhood meeting and he supports the proposal. The site is relatively flat pasture land with some wetlands adjacent to Highway 55. To the north, it's single family residential lots. South is agricultural with a home. East is agricultural with a home, and then west is Highway 55 agricultural irrigated pastures. This proposal is categorized in Table 9-3-1 as 2 residential uses C subdivision for single family subdivision. We highlighted different areas of the Valley County Code for your review. Staff's compatibility rating was a positive 11. The site is within the Donnelly Fire District, Water District 65K, and a HERD district. It's not within an irrigation district, and there is an irrigation easement. Valley County Code 95C2C states the frontage on a public or private road shall not be less than 30 feet for each lot. All lots appear to meet this minimum. Staff does not believe the 2 access roads required by Valley County Code 9-5A2B are necessary for this site. Plat note 16 states that there shall be no direct access to Highway 55 or Elk Haven Lane, a private road. The plat does show the 100-foot setback from Highway 55. Plat note 7 should be modified to include Planning and Zoning Commission. Approval of a variance will be required for the length of the cul-de-sac. And what is the plan for the existing water rights? Will they be transferred to the adjoining property owner by the applicant? State code requires surface water rights to be distributed for irrigation on parcels. The application states individual wells, groundwater will be used for irrigation. The applicant should clarify. See Idaho Code 676537, use of surface and groundwater, and that was attached for your review. What are the size restrictions for the proposed accessory rental units? We allow 1,000 square feet for an accessory dwelling unit unless this conditional use permit specifically approves a larger size. Would the CCNRs restrict short-term rentals? Valley County cannot restrict short-term rentals, but the homeowners association can restrict them. Additional residential units do not appear to have been considered in the traffic study. Would this change the requirements for a turn lane? Valley County Code specifies one wood burning device per lot, not per residential unit. That would have to be considered if you pre-approve accessory dwelling units. Will power lines be underground? What types of trees would be planted as shown on the preliminary plat? The Wildland Urban Interface Plan recommends trees resistant to fire such as ponderosa pine, western larch, and Douglas fir. Does the applicant plan to plant these trees prior to recording the final plat? There's a list of proposed conditions of approval. Financial guarantees will be required for on-site improvements such as roads, utilities, and landscaping. The Wildland Urban Interface Fire Protection Plan shall be approved by the Valley County Wildfire Mitigation Program Director. They need to have a fencing plan with neighboring properties if they run livestock for over 30 days. All easements have to be shown on the final plat. Everything else, shall contact McCall Postal Service to determine appropriate location of a cluster box unit for mail delivery to this development. And then listed all the things that the CCNRs will be required to have in them and the notes that will be required on the final plat. Since the staff report was completed, we've received additional correspondence. And they say all requirements in CUP 2312 Moss Landing subdivision shall remain in effect, and he listed all of those requirements for fire code, including buried tank. And then Exhibit 2 was received October 13th from Lori Moody. And there's concern on the plan for Mike Leadham's irrigation easement. No fence can be built within the 15-foot easement. The irrigation pipe is damaged in any way driving over or digging within the easement. Is that HOA or the current landowner's responsibility to repair or replace the pipe. Then Lori Moody said she would be present to represent Mike Leadham. And that's Exhibit 2. You all have a copy of that. This is the preliminary plat. You see the road coming in off Highway 55. This is Elk Haven Lane, a private road. And then these are the individual lots. And then I can try to bring this up. But it just isn't liking me tonight. Okay.
Is it the two parcels, Cinda? Is this, or is it just one? There's two with that owner.
It's
Just the one.
just the one.
Okay.
Okay. It's this one right here.
Is it 180 acre parcel or 140 acre parcel?
It's 40 acres on the application. That's
No,
80.
it's only the west
So
half.
it's right here.
Oh, okay.
So the remaining 40 acres would become a separate parcel.
Yes. And this is Kimball Lane, Elk Haven. Both of them are private. This highlighted area is Elk Haven subdivision. This is we recently approved this subdivision here. Those are large lots, and then you approve them up on Traybert Lane. I'll quit trying to move that around. It just the weird stuff. This is here. Okay, that ends my staff report. You might put the condition on it if you approve it that they can have a for sale sign or lots available for sale on the bottom of their subdivision sign.
Okay. Questions for Cinda?
No.
Ben, any questions? Okay, I think we'll hear from the applicant at this point in time. State your name and address for the record.
Name is Jim Frank. Address is 14028 Norwood Road, McCall, Idaho. Thank you, commissioners, for hearing this tonight. I'll be brief. Some background on this application. There was a previous one that was submitted 3 years ago for more. It's a couple more lots than what's being presently presented, with an entrance coming off Elk Haven within that 40, so we wouldn't have to come off the highway. That agreement with the private road and the HOA didn't manifest, so that's why we're coming back with the road entrance, and we've gone through the, a traffic analysis, and we meet the criteria between 600 feet between the entrances, and so a preliminary indication from ITD, do not have an application into them, but we meet all the criteria for and the traffic count for not a turn lane. Unfortunate, but that's kind of where we're left to go to with this subdivision. I'll go through some of the staff comments real quick. So the adjacent 40 acres is, as you know, is owned by the applicant, or if you don't know, it is owned by the applicant, and those waters will be transferred to that area there. And then the site itself would be on individual wells. Most of the site would remain natural. As you can see, it's grazing pasture wide open, not a tree on it. The adjacent property is large also to the south, and they have horse and some, I believe, some cattle or whatever, but we're adjacent to that. The Leadham's to the south. And then applicant actually owns some property to the south or to the east of the 40. There's the 40, and then there's that she has in blue. We also own that as well. The recent, if we can go to the plat map, please. So that plat map is that first 40, and you can see where we centered the private drive road standards there. It's a slight grade. It's very flat. It heads to the southeast. This plat reflects what we had. You're aware of an irrigation pipe that's buried in the top corner up there. Cinda, do you see the very top there? Left. The easement is coming across. Left.
Oh, here, I'm sorry.
Yeah, right there. So this plat shows the first one that we did. Did you receive my other one? That was an upgrade of that.
I just have the application up.
Okay, anyway, we located the ditch precisely with the help of Mr. Leadham and surveyed it in so that what you actually see if it's not an earthling.
You need to get to the mic, please.
What's that?
Mic.
What you actually see is one that doesn't show the easement coming across and where the correct line is. It changed the lots slightly just to make it work. I noticed in the comments to the staff is that we are in agreement with no fence can be within the 15-foot easement. So on the edge of the easements, they can build fence, but not where the pipe is. I totally understand that. And, as far as would have to be worked out in the association, but if somebody was to damage that pipe, it's at least the private owner or the association repairing that pipe. Part of the association documents, the CCNRs, the HOAs, will talk about this pipe easement and how it is to be addressed individually by each lot and what are the prohibitions as far as putting a driveway on top of it or something like that. We have submitted a urban fire interface plan by John, who's here to talk about it if we need to. No, you didn't do this one, did you, John? No, never mind. There's no trees out there. All the showings will be on there. There's no direct access from any of these lots to Highway 55. The accessory building conversation that we have in our application was quite simply is a way to provide for affordable housing in the community. So the applicant was sympathetic to that, and that's why we put it into the application. As far as individual lot owners building these, probably, that's their decision when they buy it, but they can if they want. We are fine with the 1,000 square foot dwelling space and understand all of the restrictions go with that. The traffic study is conservative and it actually looked at the back 40 parcels if it ever was going to come online or other stuff, and it took that into account, and we're way underneath any kind of threshold. So without revising the traffic study, the numbers, I'm confident that it won't change the outcome for a turn lane or not. If even 20% did it, it's only 12 lots, and so you have, 6 or not even that, 3. It's mostly for a benefit for the community. All the ordinances, the one burning stove, the postmaster sign, and all those things that we see on the end of the staff source, we're totally in agreement with. And if there's any questions from me on this application, well, you have me in front of you, I'm more than happy to answer.
The turn lane warrant, there hasn't been an application with ITD yet.
There is not application to ITD. We have submitted a study so they could look at it. They say it looks like that this won't warrant a turn lane because of the count that you show. And that, in a matter of fact, it's perfectly split between the two entrance roads to meet their criteria for a entrance.
For distance.
Yeah.
So when do you plan to submit the approach permit? Because there's not an existing approach here, or
there is no approach, and we're not asking for a turning lane. We're asking for an approach, right?
Right. Okay.
That will happen immediately after this.
Okay.
I was concerned that somebody was going to come up into this meeting and say, "Oh, by the way, maybe we should let you on Elk Haven Drive because it makes more sense." But it didn't happen, so that's why I didn't turn it in. I didn't want to have to refile it.
Okay.
They're aware of it. They know which one I'm talking about, and I'll turn it in next week.
And so for the remainder parcel, how will that be accessed off the cul-de-sac? Or
if they ever go, the plan right now, the brothers, is not to build on the other 40 and keep it as cattle grazing and separation.
But just for access to it?
It would be coming through Highway 55 access.
Which access?
So if you look to the final plat, you saw the road coming in.
The new access.
The new
The new
access,
access.
Would be access through the cul-de-sac.
which you see on the final plat coming through. I always want to wonder from this.
It's
That goes to the end.
stubbed out to the 40.
Yeah.
Does that answer your question,
Yep.
Commissioner? I'm sorry, I was babbling. The other question staff had while we're thinking about it is I have there's a 100-foot setback, and then I have in that landscaping between the south boundary and the highway and in the 100-foot setback. And what I'm trying to accomplish there between two species is Engelmann spruce, and then the other one being aspen in clusters. But the point of the way that they're lined up is that they're at an angle. So as you're going by the subdivision, it's not a solid line or a berm or a solid thing. It's so where you can see as you go by, because at the angle you're getting flashes of the open space and what's behind that, and not trying to berm it all off from the community. And those species are what I'm specking is 1.5 to 2 inch caliber inch species that can come in either in a 10-gallon or ball and burlap. And the reason why the mix is to give color, during the seasons. And the evergreen is to prevent, give some kind of blockage screen. So if somebody's going at 60 miles an hour, they'll see little bits of it.
Talk to us about the height of the berm.
There is no berm.
Okay.
No, it's just the trees out there in the normal flat. The reason those trees are picked also, Ken, Commissioner, is that the groundwater is fairly high up there. All these systems are going to be alternatives. And so Engelmann spruce has shallow roots that go to about 2 feet. So they'll have supplemental water all the time. And of course, aspen are the same. So they're self-watering is the purpose for those two. They're shallow root. They like the wet.
And in your design, are you taking into account the rapid snowmelt in the spring of the year?
Our stormwater plan is in the process of being worked on with the final road plan. Brings it down to an area where we treat it at the actual. You'll see I have wetlands that are delineated in the old, which are the ancient the channels from, before anybody did anything out there, and that's why they're falling into that category. They're very narrow, but that's the conveyance that takes all that water. Before all that irrigation out there, there was little fingers. And the design right before on the road, we're having these sediment basins before it goes into that and peels off to the southeast.
So isn't the requirement for stormwater to be retained on site?
Exactly. We'll have stormwater basins on site. There's a difference between 25-year storm at pre and post, and that's what you store for. So we do calculations based on the area that intercepts the stormwater or the snow melt. And from there, we size the criteria of the basins, which the only thing that we have as a structure is the road. So the low spot of the roads comes back to that natural drainage, as you can see on my plat, and that's where we treat the water before it leaves the site or enters any of the water course. It's pretty much a standard design process.
Yeah. And the buildings envelopes or building sites, are they going to be required to be elevated?
I would suggest they're going to be elevated by at least a foot, just because it's so flat out there. And so, yeah, I would say they probably would be.
So you mentioned in the application that you were going to transfer the water right from one parcel to another.
That's the preliminary plan, yes.
How do you propose to do that?
But we'd have to go to the Idaho Department of Water Resources and ask for a transfer of right. Or it may already exist and it just eliminate the place of use and double up on the other. But it's a Department of Water Resources.
Yeah, that the intent of Idaho Code 676537 is that if there are existing water rights on a parcel, that they are required to be used for irrigation on that parcel. And in your application, you say, well, we're not going to do that.
In my application at the time, it was unclear to me how we can do it anywhere in the state. How do we switch that? I don't think it all applies to every application. I think it's being sorted out with water resources and what this statute really means. And so if you ask somebody, what does it really mean? It's hard to say because it doesn't apply to all different cases. So that's the reason why I said that.
Yeah. Well, you can't, this is getting way in the weeds here, but you can't just take water from this parcel and put it over here and double
Unless
up.
you have a transfer right.
Well, you can't do it by law if it's more than 1 inch to the acre.
I see our dilemma.
See?
Yeah. But
So
anyway, we can run
it's-
water across.
I'm not
this-
going to argue it with you, but it stays on the land, and the purpose for that is you irrigate the land with it.
Mr. Roberts, I agree with you on that. We can comply with that. The plan was to take the irrigation water just because of the high groundwater out there anyway. But our sampling stations of all the groundwater monitoring wells with the agreement and understanding the health district is that we still meet our separation distance with the irrigation.
Yep, I'm not worried about separation. I'm worried about irrigation.
Okay. So I guess the answer to you is I guess we're complying with that.
Well, I'd say you're not, based on your proposal.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is I will.
There's
We
a
will.
condition of approval.
A condition of approval.
That you will, yeah, that you will follow the statute.
Yes, I'm understanding that.
Okay.
So, I'm not trying to get you upset. I'm just trying to understand it.
No,
I think
it
the
just-
last time we talked about this in another hearing, different case, we're still kind of trying to understand what was going on.
I thought it was interesting in your application, you contradict what the law says.
I'm mistaken then.
Talk to me about traffic studies. Who's doing the traffic study?
Traffic study has been completed. It was submitted with the application.
By who?
It's a registered traffic engineer that's licensed in the state of Idaho.
It's independent of the applicant?
Fully independent.
Other questions for the applicant?
Not at this time.
I do. You mind?
Cinda?
Just for clarification on this plat dated October 8th.
Yes.
On those frontage roads, the 30 feet that run along the irrigation ditch, does that include the easement for the ditch, or is there 30 feet from
We can make it 30 feet from the
the
to make it
ditch?
simple.
Right.
So the roads are not over the top of the.
Right. Okay. That was
That is it is currently in a pipeline, or is it an open ditch?
it's a piped irrigation.
It's been there since the 80s, from what I can see. I think it was an old grant from the 80s.
It was. Okay. Any more questions? Okay. Nothing else? We'll go ahead and open the public hearing. First of all, go ahead and open the public hearing and have proponents, those in favor of the proposal that would like to speak. Is there anyone who is undecided about the application that would like to speak? Is there anyone who is opposed who would like to testify? Please come to the microphone and state your name and address for the record. Welcome to the commission.
Hi, I'm Lori Moody, 250 Kemble Way, representing Mike Leadham, the owner to the south. And just to reiterate what was stated earlier, our concern with the fencing within the easement, if it's damaged, it's the homeowners association or property owner. And then after hearing everything, if there are some conditions in the CCNRs or anything, if we could have approval to what that says. since it's our easement.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah,
So
understand.
They want to approve the verbiage in the CCNRs concerning the irrigation easement.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Give me a minute.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
kind of.
Sorry.
trying to think.
And that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to testify in opposition to the application? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and have the applicant have an opportunity for rebuttal.
I have no rebuttal.
Okay. We'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for deliberations. What are your thoughts, commissioners? Any thoughts?
Sorry.
No. And my question.
I don't have any comments at this time.
Other comments? Motions?
It does show that, and that pump station is on the neighboring property, correct?
Pump station, give me a location.
On the plat on the south side,
Yes, it is.
on the neighboring property. Okay.
One recommendation I would make is if this is approved, that condition of approval for the easement for the pipe structure contain the verbiage about no fencing within that, and if any damage is responsible of the HOA or the people who caused the damage, which is pretty well protected by state law already, so.
And Cindy, I didn't see the lighting for the dark sky. Is that just
That'll be in the CCNRs.
CCNRs? Okay.
You might, close the public hearing. Oh. Let's make it a condition.
Okay. Did you guys get that condition of approval?
The dark sky.
Dark sky, adding the dark sky as a condition of approval.
Yeah, that's by
it's
that's
pretty
by ordinance anyway, isn't it?
It is. So, I just had,
Just normally it's stated.
was,
Normally you have it stated, but
right, so, in this specific location, when you look here on Elk Haven, they've just got sporadic mailboxes. And we've asked that they talk to the postmaster in McCall to put up one of those cluster boxes, which is a lot neater in appearance. And I would just recommend that the applicant might consider making a pull in and out more of a wider entrance or a place for the metal truck to land, or a school bus pickup for children. A wider landing at the entrance to that road on the private property and not the right of way, if that makes any sense.
Yep. That's a 70-foot.
What's the 70-foot right of way?
Yeah, so it could be embedded in that.
Right, yeah, just make that a little wider there so that there's a landing for the postal truck.
No, I mean, there's room within the 70 feet.
Yeah, okay. It's just a recommendation.
Yeah.
That'll be in the minutes.
Yeah, I know that the postmaster is encouraging clusters at all new subdivisions.
And then we'll have the condition, that they can put lots are available for sale on the bottom of their sign until they're sold. So they don't have to get a bunch of real estate signs out there.
Perfect.
Or scenic byway, yeah.
We close the public hearing?
We did.
Okay.
One thing I wanted to, I don't know if it's appropriate. Well, it is appropriate because it's deals with the compatibility rating, especially questions number 8 and 9. When you talk about what is it in this application, because I start those questions 4 through 9 at 0. And is there something in the impact report that was done to mitigate the impacts? Something above and beyond the normal. And just because a lot becomes more valuable and it has a tax base, that doesn't, in my mind, move it to a positive. But it's, I don't come up with a positive rating on this, but that's how I do my compatibility ratings.
Respond to that.
You may.
911-1C1 states that you assign a +2 for full compatibility, adjacency encouraged. A +1 is assigned for partial compatibility because it's all based upon compatibility.
Right.
Adjacency not necessarily encouraged. 0 is assigned if not applicable or it's neutral. -1 is assigned for minimal compatibility, adjacency not discouraged. And then -2 is assigned for no compatibility, adjacency not acceptable. And that's how I base those numbers in the staff report, based on what's in the ordinance.
Yeah. Different way of doing it, and anyway, because the point of it is what is it in the site-specific evaluation of those questions? Is it that offsets the either negative compatibility score or a positive compatibility score that would take it down or up? And that's how I was trained to do these years and years ago.
By me?
We go back a while, Cinda.
I was here.
So, anyway, the other one, if you guys are headed down the road to approve this, is the must follow the Idaho statute on the water.
And that's a condition of approval, correct?
I think you had it.
I did pick up some a condition of approval on that. Moody or Michael Leadham probably Michael Leadham is the neighbor, must approve the language in the CC&Rs concerning the ditch easement. If there's no agreement reached, it will not nullify the approval. That's where they would come back to the Planning and Zoning Commission. And then there's, with the recommendation that there's no fencing over the easement and any damage is repaired by the landowner.
Mm-hmm.
And then they can have the lots available for sale, was the other condition.
And did you get all your questions answered on the staff questions?
Yeah, he agreed to widen that widen the access point from the 30 so that the driveway and things aren't going to be over the irrigation easement.
Mm-hmm.
And do we still need the variance for the cul-de-sac
Yes.
longer than 900 feet? Does that have to be in the motion?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Just stated conditions.
Put it in motion. That'd be great.
Okay. Any other comments, questions, motions?
I'll make a motion to approve SUB 25-017 Moss Landing preliminary plat with stated conditions. We want to make a note of the area, potential pullout area for postal service. So that's something they'd want to include in their grading plan. And by approving the preliminary plat, we're approving the length of the roadway variance, standard.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ben. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion has passed. And the application is processed within 10 days. Anyone can appeal that decision to the Board of County Commissioners. And then if not, then the conditional use or the subdivision will be issued. Okay. Next up is SUB 25-018 Tripod View preliminary plat. Is there any ex parte contact or conflicts of interest?
No.
No.
No. Okay, Cinda?
I really want to show you this one on an aerial. We'll start on it. Maybe it'll move. Oh, there it moved. Okay. I'll fine tune it. So this is staff report for SUB 25018 Tripod View preliminary plat. The property owner is Stephen Emerson. The property is located in the northeast quarter of Section 13, Township 10 North, Range 2 east of the Boise Meridian, Valley County, Idaho. And it's 46 acres, and they're proposing a 12-lot single-family residential subdivision. Lot sizes range from 1.8 acres to 4.2. There will be individual septic systems and wells. The lots would be accessed from a new private road that's approximately 1,500 feet long onto Dry Buck Road, a public road. Variances are requested for the cul-de-sac longer than 900 feet in length. The road right-of-way would be dedicated to the Valley County Right-of-way would be dedicated to Valley County for Dry Buck Road. Dry Buck Road currently receives only summer maintenance by Valley County. A wildland urban interface fire protection plan will be submitted prior to final plat approval. This site is not within a fire district. Valley County-wide EMS district provides emergency services to the High Valley area. And CCRs are proposed but have not been submitted. A neighborhood meeting, as required by Valley County Code 9-5H-1D, was held on July 24th. A summary was in the application. The complete application was submitted August 21st. Legal notice was completed. Agency comments received. Steve Hull, Cascade Rural Fire Chief, stated This development is outside the Cascade Rural Fire Protection District boundary. However, EMS response is provided. The site's 27 miles away from Cascade with a 50-minute drive in good weather. The area is not accessible from Cascade during the winter months. The fire department's opinion is that future development outside of fire districts should meet the same requirements as those within the safety of the public, for the safety of the public. Recommendations for roads, driveways, and fire protection water supply. Existing homes in this area are unable to get homeowners insurance due to the lack of structure fire protection, and they do not recommend approval of this subdivision due to the location and access. Brent Cope, Central District Health, stated groundwater data and engineering reports are required. Jeff McFadden, Valley County Road Superintendent, stated county maintained roads that would see increased traffic include High Valley Road and Dry Buck Road. He recommends a 35-foot right-of-way to the public for property owned by the owner immediately adjacent to the Dry Buck Road. Prior to final acceptance of the CUP, the developer should agree to provide an appraisal for the value of the right-of-way, a legal description, and a warranty deed. He recommends that the developer mitigate impacts to transportation services by paying a proportionate share of road improvement costs. Recommendations should be memorialized in a future voluntary development agreement. Megan Myers, Valley County Communications Supervisor, and Lori Frederick, Valley County Cadastral, approved the road names Haven Ranch Road. Fish and Game, we just submitted for the record, their letter that we're submitting with all of our applications, with the recommendations for controlling pets, vegetative recommendations, prohibiting feeding of wildlife, riparian barriers around wetlands, pond requirements, and wildlife-friendly fencing. This site is rolling topography with open ground and timbered areas. There are two small intermittent streams with adjacent wetlands on stream edges. To the north is single-family residential parcels. South is single-family residential parcels, agricultural, dry grazing, and home sites. To the east is the Forest Service, and west is the single-family residential parcels. In Table 9-3-1, this proposal is categorized under 2, residential uses, C, subdivision for single-family subdivision. I highlighted various areas of the Valley County Code for your review. Staff's compatibility rating was a positive 13. The site is within Water District 65A. It's not within an irrigation district or a fire district. Dry Buck Road does not currently receive winter maintenance by Valley County Road Department. Valley County Code 95C2C states that frontage on a public or private road shall not be less than 30 feet for each lot. All lots appear to meet this minimum requirement. Plat Note 3 states a stormwater drainage report. This has not been submitted to the P&Z office. Oh, it refers to a stormwater drainage report. Plat Note 6 should be modified to include Planning and Zoning Commission. Approval of a variance will be required for the cul-de-sac that's longer than 900 feet. Shall remove the reference to South Ranch subdivision on Plat Note 11. Will power lines be underground? Question 6 of the impact report states that there are 2 intermittent streams with small amounts of jurisdictional wetlands. All wetlands must be shown on the final plat. And then the declaration of private road must permit the use by the owners of the adjacent properties. Typical conditions of approval that we see with every application. There's nothing specific for this one, except I'd remind you about 15, which says CCNR should provide for long-term maintenance of requirements for wildland urban interface fire protection plan. This subdivision is located in this area. These are the 4 parcels that you see at the south end. The road will cut, this is Dry Buck Road here, and it will come in this area. This is owned by Emerson, He bought all of this land from the Connie Baker, the previous owner. So this is the subdivision where it comes in. These are those 4 lots that you saw in the aerial. And then they've placed shared driveways instead of building full-blown roads to lessen the disturbance. And then the houses will be situated on top of the hill area. Okay, that ends my staff report.
Okay. Questions for staff? It looks like from the aerial photos that quite a bit of it is like open sagebrush, and I was looking at the fire mitigation plan that Mr. Lillyhog put together, and it actually has some really good pictures of the property.
Beautiful.
Are there any utilities up there?
Oh, yeah, there's power.
Is there power up there? Okay.
Yeah, the last subdivision we did up here was all that Wilderness Ranch.
Oh, yeah, okay.
There's quite a large subdivision on the north side of High Valley Road.
Yep.
Here,
Okay.
and then this is where it turns into Gem County, Valley Gem Road. All this stuff up in this area there's quite a few subdivisions up here. There's an airstrip. There's 2 of them. Okay.
Hidden Lakes and,
Okay. And this is located right here. And then Drybuck Road, everybody knows it goes out down to Brownlee or Banks or.
Okay. Any questions for Cinda?
What at this time?
Okay. Nothing? Let's go ahead and hear from the applicant. You'd come and state your name and address for the record. Welcome to the commission.
Commissioners, thank you for taking time to see the application, and Cindy, Lori, thank you for all your work to get to today. I am Stephen Emerson. My address is 10016 West Bradford Drive in Star, Idaho. A couple of just opening comments, and I'm going to turn over to my representative, Jim Frank, who's helped design and try to be a good steward of this corner of our ranch property. Generally, why we're here tonight is I've bought plus or minus 650 acres. It's our intent full-time to live there and restore the timber and grazing and grass hay growing capacity of the ranch. And this little development here is just a part of the overall economic plan necessary to create funds to help preserve the ranch and keep it intact in its current state. Jim and I have been working on this for over a year, and I think he's brought some great ideas to help put the housing in a place where they don't interrupt each other. This portion of the property overall was selected because it has the least impact, I view, on the overall ranching operation. It's going to have the least disruption to cattle grazing, etc., and it doesn't disrupt any of the hay growing capacity. So that's why we chose the location, despite the fact that it's got great views, and we think it would have appeal to the end consumer. And with that, I'm going to also just introduce my wife, Jonna, who is a co-owner on the ranch with me and has been a participant in the work. And with that, Jim, please.
My name is Jim Frank, and I live at 14028 Norwood Road, McCall, Idaho. just to point out some features of that particular area. This side was located because of this. It is abutted up against a hill. It's kind of open. We have some open areas to preserve some view corridors to our tripod. And then we go into some timber, but John has helped us prepare this fire management plan. In the plan, along with other things, we're going to be dealing with our CCNRs and the HOA documents as we're working on them now. And some of the considerations we have are, what's the design, building design criteria? What's the exterior going to look like? Something like that. Also, other things within the subdivision that would fall underneath the CCNRs. One of the things is design review. We think that some of these sites are going to have solar, so we have a design review process to make sure wherever these solar panels are at, that we have the HOA approve it. And then, of course, I believe that goes through the building department anyway. If they have, it's part of their building plan, right?
Solar panels, if they're not approved as part of this conditional use permit, require a conditional use permit.
Well, I wanted to add that to our process, but and I to also include solar, so it's part of the approval process.
It'd be freestanding or building mounted.
I don't know. I think each site has a different location, has different needs, right? Some places you could put it on the building, but you want to watch reflection, to somewhere else.
That's why we require the CUP.
Yeah. So.
I'd have to do that.
Only for the ground mounted.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. Anyway, want to bring that up. Don't see a lot of it, but I think it's going to happen. Other than that, the road as it's laid out, I've tried to make it a little more curvilinear, but when I run my profiles on it, hugging that contour as it is allows us to have the 6 to 7% slope up the hill without any really cuts or fills that are going to be really outstanding, like standing above the road looking down on something. The contours follow the road grade pretty well. All the sites have been designed so that even though all of the adjacent neighbors have their own dedicated access, which will not be destroyed, but each one of those lots we're providing crossover to get to this main road. And that's another reason why it is where it is, so that we can have that and have a commonality of a road. It'll be helpful to them because we have the snow removal and all that other stuff, so which they don't. Other than that, I don't really have anything else more to say. I would entertain some questions, of course.
Jim, is it the intent of the applicant to comply with some of the recommendations from the Cascade Rural Fire?
The answer is the best we can. That's why we have John, and we're going to adopt his thing into our CCNRs and our HOA, his plan, so it's part of a living document. But to answer your question, he says he doesn't service that area except for EMS. So there's other houses up there. There's all sorts of things going on up there. And as far as insurance goes, yeah, he may be right that some people are losing their insurance, but from what I'm seeing from other work I'm doing around the county, a lot of people are losing their insurance and are scrambling to figure out how to deal with it. So.
Are you burying a tank though?
That's the.
No, we're not burying a tank. We're not doing that. And the reason for this is that once they get there, to be an hour away, right? And on site, we can mitigate by having sprinklers or something on site itself. To have a tank there is not going to do them any good.
Does Cascade Rural have a site? I know they have one at Clear Creek. Do they have one at Smiths Ferry?
No, they
Or
don't.
High Valley?
No. Pretty much you have up here is Forest Service and SIPA. And we know that. We understand that.
Oh, SIPA, yeah.
I had a question. Cindy, will you go back to the map, the plat? so that's parcel F, which it's on the other subdivision. What is that?
There's a house back in there, a cabin or small building.
So that's just
a turnaround.
an existing driveway or something?
It's an existing driveway that's part of that easement that you see just south of the road.
Okay.
Yeah, and that goes back into there. So even that spot at the corner there, where you see where the road starts to head to the northwest, there is his driveway to get back into there.
And so is fire not comment, like at the end of this, they don't have to have a cul-de-sac or a hammerhead? Because fire isn't commenting on it because they don't serve it?
We're going to do it anyway.
There's a hammerhead
There's a
right there.
hammerhead in it.
That's the standard of the county. So
That's
we're
at
doing,
so at the end of the driveway.
yeah.
This is a road.
But that's where the shared, it nicks down to the shared driveway.
This is a road. There's a hammerhead here, and then turn around at these shared driveways. They meet the frontage requirement, those shared driveways.
Alex actually liked the idea of the shared driveways. Makes a lot of sense.
That was hers.
And you're saying that a lot of, you can foresee solar out here because, is power being planned to go into this subdivision?
Yes.
Okay.
The reason is that I thought about after the fact about solar and being part of this condition of approval because I can see it happening here. In fact, I think some of the neighbors have solar out there already, so it's just that niche I think that will be up there, kind of out of way. So
Other questions, comments? Okay.
thank you.
At this point in time, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing to testimony. If there is anyone who would like to speak in favor of the application, or anyone who is undecided, is anyone opposed to the application? If you are, come forward, state your name and address for the record. Welcome to the commission.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Hunn, Hunn.
Use your outside voice.
I don't have one. Okay. Jennifer Hunn, Hunn, 2011 West Tindoy Drive in Boise. I have 2 minutes, so we have, without seeing the CC&Rs, I want to comment on our three major concerns: fire, water, and grazing rights. So we have some of those to the south there. There's those lots. There are 2 wells on there, and neither one of them produce enough water to run the house from. So we have to fill up a cistern, fill up buckets, and the well is like 280 feet through fractured granite, and the refill rate is 1 gallon a minute. So if you zoom out, you can see that area is kind of like an island. We call it the island of trees. And it has a fire break from the meadows and the roads. And there's only like about 5 homes on there. And so they're proposing to add 12 more, which will increase fire risk because more people you have, more fire. And also the grazing rights for tax purposes. Will the cows still be able to graze and keep the grass down for fire as well? Those are my 3 main concerns.
Follow-up question, the cattle grazing on the grass, is your concern about on the lots?
Well, if there's a bunch of houses there now.
Right.
With fences.
It's not on the surrounding lands, it's on those lots that would
Yes.
now have a house. Would the grass continue to grow and no cattle?
Right, right. And then the grazing rights, for tax reasons, tax reduction.
Okay.
Because if you can't graze cows there, we can't get the permit or,
Well, they lose their ag exemption, and then they pay full market value tax, ad valorem tax.
So you're concerned for your lots
Yes, those 3-4 lots down there.
and for your grazing rights?
We don't have grazing rights on 141 Dry Buck. I'm speaking
Okay.
for my neighbors as well.
I want to make sure I understand your
Yeah, I'm-
concern about the grazing is that if grazing stops on this land, grass grows up, becomes a more fuel for fire.
Yes.
And then the risk goes up.
Yes.
That's your main concern.
Yep.
Plus the economic
Yes.
benefit of being able to graze cattle.
If that well is 84, this well feet deep, and this one is 19.
Yeah. And then the one to the north is 259. But it's not on that one. Yeah.
How much does it produce? 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3. Oh.
3, 1, 1.
So which lot is yours?
141.
141. And you say that you have a well on that site?
Yes.
That only produces a gallon a minute?
Yes. That's what the well report says.
It's 19 feet deep.
That one is? Is that your well?
Probably.
But it's saying it's only 19 feet deep. How deep did you say yours was?
Oh, no, it says, so the well report says it's 280 feet.
Did you get a permit for your well?
It's just a,
No, I mean, this wells was done in, 98.
Oh, the total depth is not listed.
yeah, that's just the casing.
Oh, that's casing.
Yeah.
That's right. If you're going through granite, you don't need a casing.
And then the total depth on the other well next to it is not listed either.
Yeah.
Okay.
But at 80, casing depth is 84.
All right.
And then that's 1 gallon per minute too. The other one.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition to the application? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back for deliberations and decisions.
Rebuttal.
Oh, rebuttals, sorry. It's been a long evening.
Yeah,
Getting
we'll
late.
try to make it short. I'm sorry. I think what's happening with the grazing is currently the cows that are being grazed on that area and adjacent lands are Mr. Emerson's cows, and they're afraid that it will go away, so they can't use those cows because they're now turned into something different. But nonetheless, I don't know what else to add. Is there any questions further of me?
I'm just looking at the application, and it appears that section 14 for potable water source was not completed. And I'm not seeing, I mean, we were able to pull them up, but I'm not seeing neighboring wells.
I think I did pull in the application, Cinda. Didn't I put a well that was the closest to the west?
I don't see it.
So it's on the other side, because we're on Dry Buck, but if you go to the west over towards the other road,
There's one in there that's similar in topography, and I believe that was like an 8 or 9 gallon a minute, somewhere in there. Small, but still.
So hit and miss.
It's hit or miss, and this is a big chunk of ground here. Some of it's glacial, alluvial. Some of it's basalt from the big flows back in time. But the drilling will prove that there's water there.
Do you plan to do a test well?
We do plan to do a test well. But you don't need that much water to run a residence. You can put storage in it and have, based on whatever your gallon flow, as you well know. So.
And so then back to fire, we also have not much flow. You had brought up sprinklers. Are you talking fire sprinklers in homes, or you're
Possibly in the kitchen areas and the high flammable areas could be something as a mitigating factor, if it so needs to be.
I just know that's a huge expense.
It is expensive. So is the tank. You know, if you go and put a tank in there, what was suggested, that's $120,000, just like that, for something that by the time they get there they can't use. Whereas the money may be better into, because we're going to have and John will be able to speak to it, our wildlife management plan, which is better than anything that's been up there, and clearing spaces and tree limbing and all that. It's going to improve that. We'd rather put our money towards those sort of breaks than something that holds water that probably won't be used.
Thank you.
May I ask a question? So how does SITPA fight? How would SITPA fight a fire up here?
How would they fight it?
Yeah, it's covered by SITPA.
They would come in and bring in their crews and have hand crews coming across here. They would go into the creeks if they had any water into it, or into the pond that you see is in the entrance to this subdivision, which is, it's fairly deep. It could be deepened to have more storage in it.
Where's the pond?
If you look on the application,
So it's not an existing pond.
there is an existing pond.
Okay.
It's not a very big pond, but there is one there. If you go to the application, you can see it on the photo. Or the plaque.
On the plat or the wildfire protection plan?
Well, the plat has the pond on it, and so is, I think, John's does.
Oh, right there.
Oh, it's up there.
Where? Right here.
No, not that. Well, that's one of them, but there's another one. See right where the road comes in? Over here.
Oh, to the bottom.
See this one? All of this drainage, which are wetlands, they're very narrow. Come and flow around to here, out, and out this drainage this way.
So that's on a parcel that's not in the subdivision, correct?
No, it isn't.
Isn't that existing parcel?
Well,
Where the road's to the north.
there is some easements here that also is the line for, it's in his property, if within his plan, but it is on this property. So, there's potential to put a dry hydrant in there, deepen it if that's an issue.
Okay, any other questions for the rebuttal?
You want to add?
Just in regards to the fire, I'm not a fire expert. John and I have had a lot of conversations about this, but just speaking from a layman's practical point of view, you think about for Valley County to get fire services there, that road is, the road from Smiths Ferry up and over is closed 6 months out of the year. And when it's not closed, fire is already saying, I'm not coming. So that doesn't necessarily make you feel better about the risk of fire. But as far as fire infrastructure, it's kind of a bridge to nowhere. From my perspective, it'd be a lot of spend on infrastructure that the professionals are already saying we're not coming to use. So it just seems that we'd be better off spending money building fire breaks and following the plans that John's given us, rather than building infrastructure and putting money in things that aren't going to add value.
Just a comment. We have a statutory requirement that we are charged with health and safety of land use. And those are things that we have to evaluate. So setting up a new landowner or homeowner in this area that may not understand the things that we understand in this room puts their health and safety at risk.
Understood.
And that's becoming a big issue. Our comp plan is speaking about that as well. So just be aware of that.
Understand, appreciate the comment. And my only comment is to, as we try to address the risk or mitigate it, that we spend the money on something that's going to add value rather than a bridge to nowhere. Thank you.
Okay, deliberations. Sorry, we've already closed the public hearing. Yeah, we're closed. Sorry.
Can I always rebut his
We're-
800 gallon a minute well restriction?
Sir?
Talking about my well.
Sir, we've closed the public hearing. Sorry.
Gentlemen, they can get 800 gallons a minute up there. Not out of anything. I am
Hey.
not opposed to Steve's plan.
We'll go ahead and have deliberations. What are your thoughts, concerns, motions?
The big one, the glaring one, the fire.
What?
The risk of fire. It's the big one. So we need to figure out how we mitigate that.
I had listed a requirement for a, we'll place a dry hydrant in the pond and provide maintenance in the CCNRs. That's what we did down at, Round Valley.
So the current practice in this valley where we have fire protection is that if there's not adequate water, the fire departments are requiring sprinklers.
In the homes.
That's current practice in the valley floor right now. I'm wondering if that's, I don't know if I rest easy knowing that unknowing purchaser is gonna come buy something that we approved without adequately addressing the impacts. I know it's buyer beware, but we do have some responsibility here.
Cindy,
Do you want to put something in the CCNRs?
I don't,
How big
No.
is the pond? Do we have any idea?
the one is 75 feet wide.
And does that have water year round?
I don't know. It's about 175 feet long. The other one is about 50 feet wide down by the road, and it's longer, probably 250 feet long. That's
That's right there.
Water in it.
I mean, I look on here, I think the other pond looks bigger. One in the middle
one up.
of that parcel.
This one has a road going to it. Does the other one?
No.
This one's at the entrance.
You would think that they would.
This one bigger with
Well, that's
a dry hydrant.
That's what I was thinking. But only a, that's, I think you'd have to do the other one because only a portion of that is on, is on the property. Not that fire is, they're going, they just wouldn't be able to maintain this one. It would have to be
here. You want to implement the Wildland Urban Interface Fire Protection Plan?
Yeah, we already have that, don't we?
Oh, I messed up.
I'm concerned with the wells and their surrounding.
I mean, the answer doesn't have to be yes or no. It can be maybe if, or yes if, certain things are mitigated. And concerns are adequacy for fire prevention and or control. If it's about wells, there's testing that can be done, and that's something that the developer can do.
So you'd put it, what, you'd put a condition?
Just let them do their homework and research, and then come back to us. I think sometimes we get in a hurry to try to approve things without all the information that we should have.
And so you would think that you would want them to do a test well, or just get well logs?
Well,
I mean, I think we're seeing the well logs in the area.
Definitely limited.
Right. Well, IDWR doesn't put all the well logs on here.
Yeah. They're very
And
behind.
they're in
too.
the wrong location typically too.
Oh.
There, it's not precise information. I mean, these up in here are 7 gallons.
On the other side of the valley.
That one's 20.
Where's
That one's 3. That one's 25. That one's 12. That one's 55.
we have a direction? We have information we need to make a decision? What's your pleasure?
If we need a fire plan or a fire mitigation plan.
Well, we have that.
Well,
But it doesn't address water.
correct. Well, yes, so we need additional information. I guess is what I'm getting at.
Because right now, there's no way to put a cover up.
Did you say there's no way to put a fire out?
That's what Carrie was saying, that there needs to be additional information in the plan, because at this point, the plan does not address any water source.
If the water source is gonna be like having bullets without a gun, if you can't get an engine in and pump it, then the water source doesn't do it.
And that's what they were saying, right?
Right, which I understand that.
Does SIPA have the ability to pull off a dry hydrant in a pond?
But I mean, if you think we get to winter time, are they gonna get there? Winter time could be a structure fire anyway, so wildland fire.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about wildland fire than a structure fire.
Well, structure fires cause wildland fires.
Exactly.
And vice versa too, so. I mean, in order for Cascade to get there, you're gonna go all the way down the Horseshoe Bend, all the way back up to Oler, that's not even feasible.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be a helicopter. If there was a wildfire out there, it's helicopter. Honestly.
Places here in the valley that they can't get to either. Probably you're not in a fire district.
Commissioners,
Right now?
Right at the edge.
Okay.
I'm going to intercede for just a second about logistics of our meeting. We have 28 minutes left before we do not take up another topic. We still have 2 items on our agenda. And I just put that in the back of your mind about when we deliberate.
You want to table it so that they can get together information and address your concerns about the wells? Is that what you?
That would be my recommendation, that we have some facts to make a decision.
Concerning
Structure, fire protection, water sources. I think Commissioner Snyder voiced it very well. And I think we heard testimony about, if cattle are not grazing, then you got more fuel for fire danger. So are they gonna mow it? We have subdivisions now that do mow the grass, so it's not a fire danger. So
Well, and I think that a pond is helpful. So maybe more information,
About the pond size.
pond size, depth. Could they, could they get a bucket for a helicopter to draft?
There's a really, and just for your information, there's a huge pond right over at Hidden Lake.
Oh,
It's
okay.
huge.
Miles.
Right there.
Wow.
Wow, yeah, that was right.
2 miles away, mile and a half. 2 miles.
Road, no, yeah, this is a huge pond.
And was that built for the subdivision?
That was existing when I started here because they had a little subdivision here. And then they came back in and redid all of this. It was called Hidden Lakes originally. I don't recall.
Okay. It was for irrigation.
Probably
I
for
can tell you what
ag. Oh, 3 miles.
3 miles away.
Let's hit the right spot down here. Yeah.
Motions? If there are no motions, I believe it stays as enacted. Is that correct, Cindy?
Well, you just want to table it? Does somebody want to table it?
I'll move to table SUB 25-018 Tripod View preliminary plat until we get further information about water and fire.
I'll second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to table.
Can you table it to a specific date and time so we don't have to renotice everybody, please?
Yes, I will table it to our November 13th meeting
PM.
at 6 p.m.
There's a motion. And the second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion is passed. It's tabled to November 13th at 6 p.m.
So they might consider talking with Ola, because that's a town that's really close.
See what they do.
See if they have a fire district there that would respond. Yeah, Ola's just over the hill here.
Okay, next up is vacation utility easement, vacation 25-001. I'm gonna, Zura? I'm not gonna say that correctly. Vacation of utility easement, is there any ex parte contact or conflicts of interest?
No.
Nope. Seeing none, Cinda, could you give us a staff report?
Staff report for vacation 25-001, Ryle vacation of utility easements. The property is 6773 and 77 Mountain Air Drive in Little Donner Subdivision Tract 2, lots 29, 30, and 33. The plat was recorded October 14th, 1975 at Book 6, page 2. There's a 12-foot utility easement centered inside all rear lot lines and 12-foot easement centered on all side lot lines for utilities. Requesting the vacation of the utility easements between the lot lines, or between the lots on the lot lines. The 3 lots are 2.62 acres, and he wants to build over those easements. The application was submitted August 22nd. Legal notice was completed. Agency comments received. Brett Copes, Central District Health, has no comments. The portions of vacations were listed for your review. One of the conditions would be that Idaho Power releases the easement. Planning and Zoning Commission is tasked with determining if the future development of the neighborhood would be inhibited by the vacation. The Planning and Zoning Commission decision would be a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners, who will then have another public hearing, and a declaration of vacation would be prepared and recorded. He owns these 2 lots. And this lot, this one butts up against here. And so he's looking to vacate utility easement on this line and this line.
So who owns all 3 lots?
Yes.
Okay.
There are not currently utilities on those lines, I'm assuming.
None.
Cinda, do you know if there are utilities on those?
No, there aren't.
Okay, and have we heard anything from Idaho Power yet?
No, he'll go through that. He has to go through that process. It's a separate application process.
Okay. Any other questions for Cinda?
Nope.
Okay, we'll go ahead and hear from the applicant now. Welcome to the commission. If you'd say your name and address for the record.
I'm Aaron Bell. I live at 202 Main Street in Idaho City, about a 2-minute walk from Boise County Planning and Zoning. I'm his land surveyor and his representative. He lives in Texas. Yeah, the little wedge lot that you're talking about, those are the interior lines. That's the place to build on that. Of all 3 parcels, that's the rise that has a view back towards the reservoir. So to build, he's going to cross those lines. So that's why he's requesting to remove the utilities. He does have the application in Idaho Power as well. So. And there's already a pad on that little wedge as well, so.
Okay. And you'd be fine as a condition of approval that Idaho Power has to sign off?
Yes, yeah, he's aware of that, and he's in the process of taking care of that.
Great. Anything else, Cinda? Any other concerns?
No, this is a.
And so Cinda, do you guys require him to combine, he'll have to combine those lots to build over the line?
Yeah, if he builds over the lot line, he has to combine them.
This is interesting because I work with Boise County all the time. We typically would do a lot line vacation of those and then make one lot. Is that
That's what we mean
different?
by combining.
Combine
Yeah,
it.
combined lots, yeah.
So it'll be one lot?
Right.
Correct.
Okay. And I've done a survey on it, which I'll be recording for what it's worth. So,
Right.
And it's just a combination for taxing purposes. It doesn't actually get rid of the lot line.
and that's confusing to me. Just, it's different than what I'm used to with Boise County.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant?
Nope.
I'm gonna guess you're here for the next item on the agenda. And since I don't see anybody else in the audience,
No.
I'm gonna ask for, is there any testimony? Seeing none, let the record show that there was no one to testify in favor, undecided, or opposed to this vacation of an easement. Bring it back to the commission for decision.
I'll make a motion to approve vacation 25-001 Zyral utility easements.
And
I'll second.
And recommend to the board
Oh, and recommend to the Board of County Commissioners approval.
approval.
Yeah, it's a recommendation to the
Sorry,
board for approval.
I didn't realize that.
Have it over.
I will second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners to approve vacation easement 25-001. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed? Motion has passed, and the recommendation will be forwarded on to the Board of County Commissioners.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Yep, thank you.
See you, Lori.
Sorry it took so long.
I'll tell that to my dogs.
Okay, next up is conditional use permit 25-025, Intermountain Sports Rentals and Repair. Is there any conflicts of interest or ex parte contact?
No.
No.
Oh, seeing none, Cinda, you're on tap.
That'd be so much quicker if the computer was my friend. This is the property right here. So CUP 25-025 Intermountain Sports Rentals and Repairs. The applicant is Brian and Cindy Patterson. The site's in the south half of the southeast quarter of Section 4, Township 13, North Range 4, east of Boise Meridian, Valley County, Idaho. And this is part of an 80-acre parcel. The applicants are requesting the CUP for retail, rental, and repair of power sport equipment. The proposal includes an office, a 50 by 90 foot building, fencing, and outside storage. The proposed building would be 2 stories with 4,500 square feet on the first floor and 1,500 square feet on the second floor. Equipment for repair would be stored in the fenced area around the building. Equipment, a maximum of 40 items for rent, would be in the public's view. A concrete washout station is proposed. A revised site plan was submitted on September 30th. This modified the placement of the building and fencing. Approximately 2 acres of the 80-acre parcel would be used for the business. The remaining would be used for livestock grazing. Proposed days of operation are 7 days per week, Sunday through Saturday. The applicant states that he lists the traffic volumes here. Proposed landscaping includes birch and pine trees at the entrance, in front of the building, and around the perimeter fence of the building and storage area. Future improvements may include berms along Gold Dust Road. An individual well and individual septic systems would be used. Access is from Gold Dust Road, a public road. A turn lane exists at the intersection for southbound traffic turning east onto Gold Dust Road. The access and building site would be located on the west half of the parcel, and the applicant states that the remainder of the parcel would continue to be pasture and wetlands. Application was submitted August 27th. Legal notice was completed. Brett Cope, Central District Tel, stated a septic application would be required. Jeff McFadden, Valley County Road Superintendent, stated the county maintained road that would see increase includes Gold Dust Road. He recommends a 35-foot right-of-way for to the public for property owned by the owner immediately adjacent to Gold Dust Road. And then they'll have to enter into a development agreement ITD needs more information to determine how this proposal use will impact the state highway system, so they need to provide additional details. Public comments received none. The 80-acre site is relatively flat and open. There are irrigation ditches and wetlands on the property, and there are scattered conifers on the east portion of the property. To the north is agricultural, south is the Valley County Weed Department office and shop. To the east is single-family residential parcels, and to the west is agriculture. This proposal is categorized under 5 commercial uses, D, area business. Listed the different parts of the code for your review. Staff's compatibility rating was +7. The site's within the Cascade Fire District, Water District 65, and Warner Ditch Company boundaries. It's not within a HERD district. The applicant stated that the property does have water rights and irrigation easements. There are wetlands and irrigation ditches on the entire parcel. The application does state that there are no wetlands since 750 feet of the, within the 750 feet of the proposed site. Staff is unclear where the ditches are in comparison to the proposed building and storage yard. Is the proposed landscaping at the entrance and around the fenced storage yard replace the requirements for landscaping along the roadway? Gold Dust Road is a prescribed easement at this location. The road department superintendent is recommending dedication of the road right-of-way. And why have you chosen European larch instead of a native conifer? Proposed conditions of approval are listed, and you had those in advance. There's fencing plan will be required with the neighbors. Can't park in the setbacks. That includes 100 feet from any high water line. Snow must be stored on site. Noise shall be kept to a minimum between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. Hours of operation should be listed. Building permits will be required for any fencing over 6 feet in height. Landscaping should be installed prior to October 1st of 2027. If it dies, it has to be replaced. Open storage shall be stored within the perimeter fence around the building. The irrigation ditch and associated maintenance right-of-way must be accessible to the irrigation ditch company and authorized users, and then he'll have to enter into a development agreement with the Board of County Commissioners. Since this staff report was completed, we received a letter dated October 10th from Fred Lindsay. And he said, aside from the obvious increase in traffic, his primary concern is the noise pollution a business like this will bring. It's not so much something inside the building, but the amount of noise created when the new and repaired vehicles will be test driven up and down Gold Dust Road. All residents in the Gold Dust area have been subjected to gunfire from the local gun range until just recently. And then if the proposed sports rental and repair business is approved, our once tranquil mountain living experience will once again be violated. He's adamantly opposed to this application. He was here earlier, but he left. And this is the site here. That shows the wetlands. And he did bring something to light. The business similar to this, High Mountain Sports, they used to run their equipment out in the field. You might want to put a condition on this that he can't test drive or run equipment on this property or up and down Gold Dust Road. That's the staff report.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other questions for Cinda?
Not at this time.
Okay. This time we'll hear from the applicant. Please state your name and address for the record. Welcome to the commission.
Thank you. My name is Brian Patterson. I live at 9173 Ustick Road, Nampa, Idaho. I guess start with in the explanation. This is a family-run business. It's a small family-run business. My wife and I run it together. She generally runs the Nampa location, and I help down there as much as I can. That's why she can't be here tonight, is because there's only 2 of us down there right now. We have 4 employees up here at the Cascade location. We keep them year-round busy doing different things. That's the reason why we picked up any repairs at all. We don't generally do any retail at all. We only ended up with retail products because of the business location that we're currently at. We've been in the Cascade area in Cascade City now for 11 years. We've been doing the best we can to continue to maintain that business. We really have a struggle with property. We cannot find anywhere to go. There was a short period of time, the person that owned the property we were originally in across from the Chevron out at the other end of town here, the owner passed away. In the process, the family decided to go a different direction with that property, so we couldn't continue there. I looked everywhere I could to possibly find a parcel to run this business out. I could not find anything. It just didn't exist. We had closed up shop, moved everything down into storage into the valley. We're in the process of seeing what the business was going to look like. The reason why we started in Cascade to begin with is because there was another business, CYI Sports, who wanted a business in about 2012, I believe. In the process, our equipment was the only equipment that could be used on Cascade Reservoir. Nobody else was renting up here at the time. Tamarack, Mountain Meadows, others weren't. Even now, all those are just at the north end of the deal. So our tires were literally getting ran off of our vehicle, off of our trailers. They're bringing the boats, jet skis, and other things up here to be used. It kind of made us nervous. We weren't here to help. So in 2015, we opened up here, and again, we were at the property down the street. In about November of 2 years ago, after we didn't have a property, we were contacted by another company here in town. They owned the property that Cascade Building Supply or Building Materials is on. He was getting out of the business, wanted to know if we wanted to lease his property. We ended up with a 2-year lease. Anyway, things changed. He ended up leasing it from underneath our lease. We thought we were going to be there 4 or 5 years. It's now going back into to the building supply. We've secured being able to be there through the end of March, but I have no ability to transport everything back down and back up and store it for a few months, try to get a building go. That's the reason why this has kind of been a little bit rushed. That's the reason why we had an original plot plan and adjusted that to a different plot plan. We're very respectful of neighbors. We don't operate, we're open from 9 to 6. Our employees are generally there about an hour ahead in the busy season. They're generally there about 15 minutes after we close. We are very tight within that period of time. We are very respectful of the neighbors. Our Nampa property in particular, we're actually surrounded by a subdivision or an agricultural piece of ground that they had a trailer manufacturing facility in. We have no problems with our neighbors. We're very respectful with them. They get along great with us. We haven't had any complaints from them ever. Any equipment operation should be able to be done within that 2-acre parcel. We don't operate, we don't go out and run equipment up and down streets. That's not in the neighborhood of what we do. Our customers also won't be doing that. There's nowhere to go from that property. So you can't go to the east, or you have to take it on a trailer if it's a piece of dirt equipment. Of course, all the boats will have to be transferred out to the lake. I think the impact as far as the number of trips per day is actually probably fairly high. I went back through, when we talk about 40 pieces of equipment, it sounds like we'd have 40 customers coming every day. That's not the case. We do a lot of multi-day rentals, so we'll have a customer who will come get a boat for a week. Well, that boat's gone. We might have 4-wheelers that do the same thing. So each piece of equipment, even if it was 40, isn't going out every day and coming back every day. So we don't have that number of trips. As I explained in the secondary letter that I sent, busiest day this year, we had 22 customers. And that was in a combination of all 3 different types of things we were doing at the time. So that isn't there. A couple of the other things online, I've done everything I can do to be proactive in making everything line up like I need to. I need somewhere to put my stuff in March. We'll be closed down basically for the mud months at that point. We won't have customers coming and going at all. We'll have a couple of employees that'll be doing a little bit of maintenance and repair. Other than that, we won't be doing any work on the property. We won't have any customers until we get the sewer permit. We get everything else in line. I've worked with the sewer, with the Josh at Central District Health. I also had Landmark Engineering come in to take a look at the property to see if he believed that we were going to have any trouble with septic. Both of them believe that with the testing we've already done, that we're going to be okay with that. We don't have a well on the property. There will be no plumbing in there until we have the septic approved. So we're trying to do everything we can to stay in business in here. We have 4 permanent employees. In the summertime, we hire a lot of seasonal workers. These are college kids home on break, high school kids off on break. Generally, we end up with between 15 to 20 employees between our Cascade and Nampa location. So the amount of money we actually draw into the community is fairly large. There isn't anyone else in Cascade renting the type of product we rent. We have Tackle Tom's does a little bit of stuff, but it's all fishing related. There's another business in town that does some fishing related stuff, but not recreational customers. We service both fishing and the recreation as far as going out and playing on the water. So we have both ends of that spectrum. But we are very respectful in what we do. We work with the sheriff to make sure our customers aren't causing problems. We really try to do the best we can to make things work. As far as the large trees, I apologize. The day that we actually signed on this property is the day that this had to be turned in. And I was trying to get both of them done at the same time with limited amount of information. And so that's the reason why we had the updated plan. We needed to move that property from what we originally did. But we are in line. We know we are where we need to be. As far as the SWIP plan, our contractor that I've been talking to, he understands that and knows that he'll be within that. The layout of the land, I don't think we're going to have any issues with anything being tracked, any issues other than out onto the road. So, any questions, I guess?
I have one question. When do you plan to construct this shop?
That's a really good question. If you could tell me what Mother Nature was going to do, that would help a lot.
But so is your intent to break ground right away so that in March you have somewhere to put all of this stuff?
That is the intent, and that's the reason why the shell of a building needs to be up so that we have somewhere to move stuff to by the end of March. And then in the spring, as we get permits to do septic, I can do a well anytime, but then we'll have that additional story put into where we'll have an office space, and then I believe by the middle of June we'll be ready to go, but only if we can get a building up now.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're not going to have units outside scattered on this property before there's a place to put them inside.
Well, everything. So our winter stuff will be headed down the mountain. By that point, we might have 1 or 2 pieces of equipment sitting out there, but it'd be very limited out in front of the building. We're not putting anything on the property until there's a building constructed, and we're using the building basically to some extent. Not, it'll be very limited use at that point until we get sewer, septic, and et cetera in. But the winter stuff will be down into the valley. We don't store anything up here over the winter. It's too hard on it up here. And then when the springtime comes and we're getting prepped for the summer season, that's when we'll have our permits and our septic and everything else put into place. That's when the summer stuff will come back up and the property will be finished by then. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
So based on your answer to Commissioner Snyder, in your application, you have 40 units or items will be in the public's view.
There won't be 40.
Are they going to be in the building or are they outside?
They're going to be outside on display. There's quite a bit of will end up being inside of a fenced yard in the back. But there is some space out in the front where we will be parking during the summertime, boats and et cetera. In the wintertime, there'll be some jet skis and stuff, or I'm sorry, snowmobiles and such. But a lot of that will end up inside the fenced yard. For security reasons, there's no reason for it to be on display. It's just hard to fit it all into a fenced area conveniently when customers are coming and going and such.
Where's the fence?
There's a fence
here-
perimeter,
here's the building
right?
and here's the
Actually, yeah, that
fence.
second one that I sent you is a different one. We've rotated the property. It's actually back off the road slightly further. And there's actually a fairly large area that could be landscaped, kind of where, along the line where those trees are. We would just want to make sure we stayed out of the 35-foot easement that the Road and Bridge Department is requesting. There's plenty of room on the property and even within that 2-acre parcel to do that.
So you do snowmobiles also?
We do snowmobiles as well, yes.
Yeah, I mean, would you be running the snowmobiles in the winter and use this as a track out here?
No, I don't intend to do anything like that. There isn't any reason to, if that makes sense.
So it's not like you do like a safety training and
No,
people
well, the safety
have to
training is
ride a
generally
snowmobile around?
No, we don't do anything like that. Yeah, anything we do is showing operation on the ground, and within the 2-acre parcel, there would be more than sufficient amount of space if necessary. I mean, our property that we do all that on in Nampa it's a little over 6 acres. Out of 6 acres, about 4.5 is pasture. The rest of it is house and shop, and then just some driveway area. So, and everything we need to do is done in that space.
And I just want to make sure, is there an irrigation ditch that runs to the north of the shop?
It's quite a bit to the north. If you go back to, yes, so you can see that S that goes through there.
Yeah.
It's at least 200 feet, maybe 300 feet north.
Okay.
So it's above elevation wise, so nothing from that property is going to flow into the irrigation ditch.
No more questions for me?
No more questions for you? Ingress, egress, so are they snowmobiling from this property?
No, nothing will be operated from this property
Okay.
at all. Not dirt, not.
It's just trailer
nothing.
wherever
Yes,
it needs to
trailer.
go.
And the reason why is because there is nothing to the east to go on. It's
Okay.
subdivisions and et cetera. There's no access to public lands. And to the west, it's Highway 55. There isn't any way to legally get into town or anywhere else. Everything is going to have to be trailered from the property.
Other thoughts? When did you buy the property?
The date that I turned in the paperwork, August 27th, I believe.
This summer.
I did a lot of research on the property before I purchased it. We went out and dug, test holes to see if septic was going to be, reasonable. We, had somebody that understand wetlands came in through and inspect the area to make sure that we didn't have any conflict with what our intended uses were. So,
You do realize aircraft fly over that every day, right?
I have absolutely no problem with that. Yeah, so that will
Do that live on that road.
that'll drown out any noise we might make. So we appreciate that. By the way, as a side note, I was on the school board for a while. This brings back horrible memories of 10 o'clock at night and still sitting here discussing things. So I appreciate your,
Did that for
diligence.
8 years as well.
I'm sorry.
Back in the day.
Yeah, I enjoyed it, but yeah, it was horrible at times.
All right. I am going to think you're done with your presentation.
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. And since there's no one in the room, we're going to let the record show that there was no testimony or in support, neutral, or opposed. And we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for deliberation. Thank you. Thoughts?
I think it works. I don't see an issue with it.
My thought is that it absolutely goes against our comp plan, maintaining the rural atmosphere of Valley County. And I think it's a great business. It needs to be here, but it's absolutely in the wrong place. And by our ordinance, I'm standing on. But it's, yeah, it's definitely needed, but it's in the wrong place.
So, Cinda, what's just to the south?
It's
The Valley County Road Department.
road department.
Yeah. And then Tom Olson is up over here, right?
Right here.
Oh, he's there. Oh, his house is up there. Never mind.
This is all gravel pit stuff out here.
Yeah.
Weed department and Ed Lindsay's house is across the street.
Right.
Kind of splits it.
Directly across is gonna be the new road department. You seen it?
Yeah, I see it building it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get Fred complaining all the time. I was down there all the time. The airport there first? Yeah, I'm on. But he's just,
The
Fred, that's
normal
just Fred. He's,
Tired.
yeah, got nothing else to do.
I mean, my only concern was the ingress egress, and it's all trailered, so I don't have a concern with customers renting things and just ripping around the neighborhood. So,
And I think there will be impact to the road, but that'll be mitigated with a development agreement with the county commissioners. I think for me, this would be different if we had residential on, right adjacent to this.
Right here.
But with the current use to the south, I don't see an issue with it.
and the building's gonna be on that
Small section.
that west, furthermost corner from.
Valley
Residential.
County actually just paved this road.
Oh, awesome.
Oh, last year, right? That's right.
It's not a cloud of dust going down there.
Yeah, that's right.
The old road is not living up to its name.
I know. So do we have conditions, like additional conditions? Heather, are you thinking you have anything else?
Do I?
Yeah, do you have?
I mean, if it's gonna be approved, it definitely say, no,
Test driving
test driving on the site or.
on the site or the road.
Or the road, or you're gonna have them running machines around the building, for sure.
Violation of building code.
Yeah. I mean, you're loading and unloading snowmobiles onto trailers. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's,
Do we have hours of 9 to 6.
7 days a week.
okay. Is there any motions?
I would move to approve CUP 25-025 Intermountain Sports Rentals and Repair with stated conditions that there will be no running of machinery up and down Gold Dust Road or in and around the property.
I second that and want to discuss, do we need to specify number of units? So if this,
It's the application. He said he would have maximum of 40.
okay,
That'd be a maximum.
okay, so if it ever went over that, they would have to come back to, okay.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any more discussion on that?
Sorry.
Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, nay. The motion has passed. There's a 10-day appeal period at which anyone may appeal the decision of this commission to the Board of County Commissioners, and then after that, a conditional use permit will be issued. All right, thank you for your attendance. Sorry for the late hour. Hope you're not driving back down tonight.
Yeah.
I'll be behind you. I gotta go too, so.
Do you? I'm sorry.
Okay, other items, Cindy, you wanna run through these very
Sure.
quickly? Maybe?
Sure. Yeah, I need to get over, because this computer was just a little bit faster. Right there, it's gotta be right there. The Northwest District Bible Missionary Church, is asking whether or not they need a conditional use permit. They are currently grandfathered in. They would like to add 10 to 12 trailer sites at their camp. Would require new electrical service, running water lines for the well and water tank, and possible installing an in-ground holding tank for black water. And this is for their staff and stuff. This is located at 820 Elo.
Is that on top of the hill?
You can't even see it from the road. You just go up and
Outside the road. This part of the area that is coming into my jurisdiction, or?
it's already in county jurisdiction.
When you say,
It's already ours. It was grandfathered.
when you say it's grandfathered, what do you mean?
It predates the adoption of an ordinance, so it's an existing, it was a non-conforming existing use.
Oh, okay.
So if they,
They're only open in the summer. And they don't rent it out. I think they told me that. They were supposed to write me a really cool letter and explain everything, but it doesn't look like they did. They don't rent out their site.
they still have to get building permits, right?
No, not for RVs.
Oh, I think this was a building.
No, it's for RVs.
10 to 12 RV sites.
Is there a letter to this? Am I
That's
missing
right
it?
on, looks like this.
This is the stuff I gave you.
It's on the files.
It-
11, number
Yeah.
12.
Number 12. Got it.
12 on the, not Dropbox, but SharePoint.
Well,
Mm-hmm. It is. It is number 13. And
Oh, got it.
I
thank you. What campsites?
would say,
I'd say no.
but it expands the additional, or the existing conditional use permit, adds utility
There's no
infrastructure.
CUP for it.
There is no
There's
CUP.
At some point in time, you wonder when they should come in.
It increases,
Does it change the nature or scope of land use activity?
Do they already have them?
They already have some kind of scattered around. They want to actually formalize a place to put them.
So they are creating a utility infrastructure there.
Yes.
So
Absolutely.
they are increasing occupancy. This is our chance to put a CUP on it.
Yes.
I say we put a CUP. They have to apply for a CUP.
I agree.
So they don't have official RV sites.
No. So they're building infrastructure.
Not that I can tell.
I would agree.
I feel like you do. I drive by there every day. I feel like I do see a couple RVs in there.
Are they Mormons?
I thought they already had RVs. So they don't have an existing RV hookup place.
No, they just pull them in there. They want to
Have a place to
create
hook
a
up.
place that has hookups and everything, and have it more organized.
This is expanding.
Only for the summer.
And did they talk to Central District Health?
I don't know. That would be part of the process.
Okay.
There you go.
CUP.
Okay, next, number 2.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Number 2.
This is
Yellow
number
pine.
Okay, yellow pine. This isn't existing.
This is number 14.
Thank you.
Oh man.
What? Honestly.
How many do they have currently? How many are they proposing? I don't have, I shut off my
Okay.
things.
They're adding 10 to 12 new sites.
They had more sites there back when they were doing all the testing, and then they pulled them out. So they plan to, they plan to install an additional 30 RV pedestals within the existing footprint of the park in lieu of a temporary modular camp as previously used.
I think we need a CUP.
The new pedestals would serve the same purpose as the approved existing CUP. So previously there was a CUP for a modular camp there, and then they have some RVs, and then they have, if I could show you, then they have some old cabins, just the cutest little things.
So should we go do a site visit?
So cute.
So they're adding 30 hookups.
30 hookups instead of the modular units that were previously approved
But there was
in
all,
CP. There were not 30 modular units.
okay. How many? Do you know?
I don't recall.
Like, are we talking 5 or 25?
Probably closer to 5. This is Murph's RV park right here.
Are they changing the layout?
Yeah, because if there was only 5, even if there was 5 to 10 previously approved and they want 30, I think we need to.
We're unanimous. Need a CUP.
Okay, yeah, I want to show you the cute little cabin. See?
I think we're all yes.
Yeah.
Are
Good on the.
Gary doesn't know.
you yes? Gary?
Look at them. Look at them. They're like Fort Servicey.
It's all right.
I mean, I think it's a great option. I think we just need to make sure it conforms to.
The next one, so CUP needed.
Yes.
The next one, it's a gentleman out in the county, and he's not the first one. There have been a handful of others, and people are creating dirt bike racing tracks on their property. That was one of them.
Is this on Pearson?
There's probably one up there. I mean, there was one out in Buck Camp, but a previous P&Z commission, none of you were on there, who were involved in dirt bike racing, said anybody can put a track on their property and invite all their friends. So,
I had to get a CUP for their strip, so they need to get a CUP. That's all you
and it's the potential impact can be large.
The noise.
The noise,
Yeah.
even if the little kids are just out there all day long, all summer.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
There should be hours at least.
Well, I will say there's one to the north of me, and I'm not bothered by it. It's an occasional, maybe once a month. Not even that. I'm not bothered by it. If it were every day, there'd be a different. I don't know.
Well, and so at what point though, so I see both sides, but at what point do we go, you can recreate on your own land? And maybe that's where this is hard because we don't know, is this next to a bunch of houses or is this out in a field that it doesn't matter?
Yeah,
You know.
where's the location of this?
The email did not tell me. So I thought I'd bring it to you before.
Who's the email from?
Hannah Smith, my permit tech. Just said, a gentleman came in regarding a neighbor who built a circular dirt bike racing track on their property.
Neighbor wanted to stay anonymous.
Anonymous.
Anonymous, yes.
So,
so it's not someone coming saying, I want to do this for my kids.
oh,
This is
someone
a
coming in to
complaint.
This is a
complain.
complaint. Who wants to remain anonymous? Did they provide an address?
And then, no, I don't have that. But we can, if you require a conditional use permit, we can apply it equally. The table 9-3-1 in the code says that you need a CUP for a recreational racetrack,
What?
whether it's private or commercial.
Yeah, but so what defines a recreational racetrack? Like,
But you said for personal or for, right?
For private, yeah, here, I'll show it to you.
I think we need CUPs for recreational bonfire drinking. Because those neighbors get crazy.
Existing law for that.
I just,
Not before
called
10.
this-
Not before 10.
I mean, I could
not
see where
before
it's a
10
problem if you build a huge track and you have people over and you're using this. Is that, it's hard because, or is this two kids out riding around? Or is this like a serious thing? I think there's a huge difference there. That's tough. I think it depends on the situation.
Right.
It depends on the situation, the location, quantity.
I don't know that, and if, I mean, I usually don't express my personal belief, but I wouldn't want to sit and listen to two-stroke motors every day after school and all day on Saturday. I mean, snowmobiles are bad enough.
But if you're not, isn't this why you buy outside of a subdivision that doesn't have restrictions?
For no CCNRs.
Right, so it's like, that's, no, I'm just looking at both sides here. I wouldn't want that either, but if I didn't.
But the CUP would give us a chance to maybe put some hours on it.
Or maybe they just need to be my neighbor.
I mean, then you would put hours of operation on it, or,
on Deer Lane, I could do that.
can you? That's a long ways away.
It's a long way.
I know, because McFadden complains about that one too, it just drives him crazy, and he's way north.
So is it like a big track with a bunch of people?
See, we don't know because that's
It's like, I think he's
No,
got
the
like
one by
4
his-
acres or something, and he's probably got 3 of it.
Oh, well, that's huge.
Yeah. And it's little kids, I mean.
But
they're
also
out there
he
like
bought,
first light, and then they go till dark. and-
right, but so they bought like a rural piece of property.
Oh, it's in a subdivision.
Then the subdivision should have removal.
Okay, do you want me to go to the, sorry to get technical on you, but under our comp plan, under property rights,
Okay.
it says number 2, objective 2, protect private property from the negative effects of recreational uses, trespassing, property damage, open gates, and nearby incompatible uses. So it's not, it's, if neighbor A does something that really affects the, what do you call it, peace and, what is it,
Peace and tranquility.
tranquility? I think that's actually what you use.
do that, right? Shoot a gun.
Yeah, but the CUP is required.
You have to, if you do an activity that negatively affects your neighbors
Right.
and the property values and or whatever, that's,
What? I already said.
that's the problem.
It's just cut and dry.
Yeah.
I mean, I get there's a delicate balance here, but if the
What about
grandkids
shooting
come
rockets
over
off
to
your
our
property?
farm
Does that
and they
seem
ride their
like-
motorcycles down
If
the
I want
road
to shoot
and
rockets
come
straight
back,
up in the air, then you
number one, they're quiet, fairly quiet. Number two,
Oh.
take my
Is it just gonna
two
go
stroke
up
down the
all
road.
the way
It's
down
pretty
there?
noisy.
Would that be
Is that
You ain't gonna do
to irrigate a field?
as many as they want.
You're not going around a
Not
track.
recreating.
Yeah, but it's just as annoying.
I know,
So, yeah.
and that's
That's what I was
I don't
gonna
know,
say.
this is tough.
Our neighbors to the south who
was tough
would
back then, too.
romp their ATV around in and out of the subdivision multiple times a day was more obnoxious than the couple kids to the north on this track. Because I don't know if they're on 50s or what, but it wasn't loud. Or
This
my house
says-
is just really insulated.
It says racetrack or rodeo arena. It's a conditional use.
Well, okay,
That's
so
under
a
private,
race,
that's under,
So a racetrack is different.
something
than-
that like you're holding races at.
Yeah.
Golf course.
Yeah.
Range.
And a
Rifle
rodeo
range.
arena is
Rifle-
hosting
all
a
that.
rodeo.
Speed range, rifle range,
They're all-
airstrip.
they're all associated with noise.
Athletic field. They got loud tennis.
Okay,
but you have to look at the intent of the ordinance. Boat docks don't require them.
Didn't see right
Not for single family residence.
we take a pass. Or do you want an answer?
Well, you guys can think about it. Think about it. I mean,
So
If you were to vote
I
right
mean
now-
that it's a pretty big, if like we'd be setting a pretty big precedent if we said kids can't be out riding anything. You have to get a permit.
Yeah.
Like this is a very fine line.
Yeah, like we'll go visit our friends off of Willie Lane in the winter and we go snowmobiling.
Right.
there was one that people put in down in Wagon Wheel. It was horrible. It was, neighbors were just frantic.
Is there a
But this is where subdivisions should, like, we don't allow that. It's
These are
not a
all
wrong.
subdivisions.
Is there a decibel rating ordinance for the county for disturbing the peace?
For commercial or industrial uses.
State law.
Now, there's a
Let's
nuisance
let,
ordinance.
let Oki research this.
Okay.
And have him make a recommendation to us. He's a deep thinker.
When he gets time, we'll do this.
Well, that requires
A what?
a tree.
We're gonna pass on this one.
We're passing.
We're gonna
Okay.
take under further
Hard
consideration.
pass.
That's what we'll tell you guys. They passed.
Number 4.
Tamarack Municipal Association, okay, the place where they had all their mods. I think 4 of those went to community housing
On site.
on site, and then they want to put 2 of them over against the sprung structures where the TMA laydown yard is. Tamarack Municipal Association, between the Aspen townhomes and the new Trillium parking lot, you know, where they have the TMA operations right there. They want to take 2 of those over there because of the offices, because it was their office up there, now they need to move the office. So they want to put those on. They're not on permanent foundations.
Tills, temporary structures.
They're on posts. They're on the little tripod things. What? Tamarack would like to move 2 of their mods. Where they're doing a new subdivision. They've used some of them for housing. Over to the Tamarack Municipal Association operations area, because this is going to be their TMA office.
Did they submit a site plan?
Huh? With the building permits, I didn't bring the building permits in. And I said, well, that wasn't originally an approved use there, but through the years, I think that P&Z might have approved that TMA use there. Do you recall?
Down where the old, the canvas
Yeah.
buildings were.
Yeah. And that's where the offices will go. They'll be on sewer and water.
They will be on sewer and water. So that's where it kind of, it's not like a temporary structure. Because
Well, they're not temporary.
It is temporary.
But
It's
they're
not
not
a
on
foundation.
permanent foundations.
They're modulars. Portable classrooms. Is there, how long are they gonna be there, did they say?
No, they didn't want to put an end date because at some point they want to apply, if it works, they want to apply for the conditional use permit and have permanent structures. And then they want to move one of them, because they need to move all these things around, over as the recreation facility at the employee housing area.
Down by the domes?
Yeah.
They're Quonset.
Yeah. All of these uses are approved within the PUD, those just weren't the specific location. Heidi, you're sitting there smiling. I mean, do you think they need a CUP?
Oh, no.
Okay, I mean, just.
I'm looking at.
What's that look?
Carrie, back it up. She's done.
Are you okay?
It's at 10:38.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah,
I'm okay with it. Are you
I
okay
mean,
with it?
Yes. Harry
Good.
Potter is
Sit there
okay.
going,
Yes.
because I want. She's the meeting's over.
Facts-
Her
facts and conclusions.
computer is put away.
We are still on the recording.
Yeah,
Facts
that's
and
okay, we're being
conclusions.
nice.
Yeah.
Wait till we turn it off. so.
Their motion. On the facts and conclusions.
Well, do we need to make a motion on the Tamarack thing? It's an action item.
No, I'll just sign the building permits.
It's just a,
I was just getting your opinion.
it's just our
I
opinion.
mean, I was almost ready to sign them, and it's like, I'm gonna check with the P&Z Commission.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the facts and conclusions. CUP 25-016, CUP 25-017, CUP 25-018, CUP 25-019, CUP 25-020, CUP 25-021.
There's a second.
I'll second that.
Can you repeat those?
Moved and seconded to approve the facts and conclusions as listed on the agenda. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion is passed. Anything else to come before this